welcome to the Coaches Show here with head coach Eugene Rogers, 1-0 of the Corsicana Tigers. Coach, congratulations on getting the W Friday.
Thank you. 1-0 feels great. It feels great.
Well, how special was it, being able to get that win and having your old teammates around you for that and having that touch of the 80s around?
First and foremost, the guys that came back to experience that, to let our current guys know that my guys laid the foundation for this program, and they were there to witness it and be a part of it. It was extremely special for me and the program moving forward. They got a chance to see guys that I played with, the guys that I talk about often, and got to see them in real life and know that they're real people and they're not imaginary. But it was uber special to have the guys show up and us to get a win.
Well, it was a good time having everybody back. So I'm sure they were looking at some of those old guys as these are the guys he's talking about.
Yeah, we do age.
Happens to us all, right? Well, speaking of a little back to the 80s, the game kind of resembled some 80s game as far as the defensive, we'll call it a defensive effort right there on the game, as no score in the first half.
Well, being a defensive-minded coach, I don't mind a low-scoring game. 0-0, yes, it did remind me of the 80s. 7-3 or 10-7 or something like that. As long as we're playing great defense, and I told the kids, hey, if they don't score, we win. So it was not a pressure situation because that's something I had looked forward to and cherished. We knew we were going to start a little slow, but we finally got our footing and got in the end zone offensively. And once we did that, I thought we were fine.
Well, your defensive effort really was solid. You had great pressure from your front. I don't know, what, 7, 8 sacks in the game?
7 sacks.
7 sacks. You forced, I don't know, what, 3, 4 turnovers?
Four fumbles.
Yeah, I mean, forced fumbles, the interception at the goal line. And so I thought that was just, and obviously that was a big part of the game, as you had 2 turnovers right at their goal line.
Yeah, I preach all week and throughout the program, 2 you in it, 4 you win it. If you get 2 turnovers, you're in the ball game. If you get 4, you win it. And we ended up being plus 1, so we were in it. And what we do during the week, it's called all about the ball. So the running backs and linebackers will go against each other. The running backs protect it, the linebackers try to get it back. The DBs and the receivers try to protect it, the DBs try to get it back. And the D-line work on stripping the ball and things like that. So you are what you repeatedly do. Excellence is not an act, it becomes a habit. So we teach protecting the ball and we teach getting turnovers.
Well, Mark Brown took it to heart because he had a big night. We'll talk about offense in a minute, but defensively he just had a huge night. And, again, a game-saving play at the 2 or 3 yard line to knock the ball in the end zone.
Yes, that game-saving touchdown strip was phenomenal by Mark. We preached 9-5-9, 9 guys around the ball 90% of the time, and they just happened to break one. And Mark didn't give up on the play, and he continued to go down into the goal line, and he stripped the ball out. And that was the key moment for us in this program.
Yeah, really. I mean, because you didn't give up many big plays in the night. Mostly your defense did a great job getting the stops. Like we talked about the sacks that you had. But that play right there, the guy was just kind of got caught up. He went up for a high ball, and your safety was coming in behind him and left him wide open. But Mark made up a lot of ground and got there. And, again, he wasn't the only guy in chase right there. You had a couple of guys and somebody there to recover the ball.
So we had our rover. He was there, but that guy came down with the catch. Free safety overplayed him a little bit. And then our Willie, Mark, and our backside corner, I think Damon Brown, continued to pursue the ball carrier and stripped it at the end, and we recovered it on that play.
Well, again, it was exciting to play, and then you sealed the game later with an interception right around the goal line. Marquise Cook's coming up with a nice break on the balls, and no DB. I know you like that, as he stuck his foot in the ground and went and took it away, and really saved the game right there. Kept you from having any late scores to go against you, and then of course you go the other way with it. But it's fun to see your defense respond. Now you're obviously a defensive guy. Talk about what you see overall in the game from your defense, other than just some of the highlight things we saw. What do you see on a gritty down to down kind of a basis?
I'm big on our defensive front. I like the pressure that they put on them up front. We want to control the line of scrimmage and bounce things to our linebackers and our rovers and our willies and our safeties so that they can make the plays. So those guys are really the unsung heroes. They got to control the gap, and they have to bounce the play either inside or outside to our linebackers so that they can clean up and make the play and make the proper fits. When we're doing that, we're great. If we get out of a gap in 5A D2 football, running backs will find a little seam, and once they get vertical, it's hard to stop them. And as long as we can continue to make them bounce and go lateral, we're a great defense, and our linebackers make their correct reads, and they can fit where they're supposed to fit, as well as the safeties. We'll be fine in our play.
Well, I thought a couple of guys up front that really, and they're experienced guys, Montre Bush and Escamilla on the end. You know, Escamilla's always kind of been a flash guy, uses speed, get to the quarterback. And Bush is just the guy who can make plays at the line, it seems like, or get into the backfield and force the action. And just really, it seems like those guys they were in the backfield quite a bit the other night.
We had great play from Escamilla and Bush. Jerry had 2 sacks. I think our entire front, every one of the starters had at least 1 sack, which shows that they're doing what we asked them to do, put pressure on them, win the one-on-one blocks, get upfield, hit the quarterback, or get you a sack. And they did a great job of doing what we asked them to do, and we expect the same thing down in and down out.
Well, you had some young linebackers out there, and Alan Walker and Sean Medrano, who did play a lot last year. Really, I thought they came downhill, really filled the gaps, filled the holes, and did a good job. And then, Turtle Lewis from the safety, I mean, he was active all night, along with Mark Brown making those tackles coming in. And so I thought defensively, I don't know, how many yards you gave up? Because you didn't give up a whole lot.
We gave up 101 rushing.
Not many throwing. You just had the one play, really.
Yeah, it was under. It was under
100 yards.
Yeah, I forget. It was under 100 passing.
Yeah.
Not many, 38 or something.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I forgot the.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just goes to show. It wasn't like they moved it all up and down the field, and you just got lucky by getting some turnovers. I think your defense really forced a lot in the game and set your offense up, and really with a lot of chances to score that you didn't cash in on until finally there in the fourth quarter you're able to get it going.
We're doing a great job up front of maintaining the line of scrimmage, and linebackers doing a great job of reading and bouncing it where they're supposed to and in their fits. I was pleased with our defense, the effort, which is non-negotiable for us, and they did a great job. Offensive-wise, we need to shore up our assignments on the offensive line. Once we get that shored up, I like our halftime adjustments. Put a tight end in the game, and we started going at them and hitting them in the mouth. And then once you don't like getting hit in the mouth enough, something's going to break. And Mark broke that one.
Yeah, 97 yards.
97 yards.
Yeah. I looked. It's not a record. Trey Owens had a 98-yard run, but 97-yard run there to seal the game for you. Make the last few minutes a little easier to breathe, right? But I thought, too, I mean, you had some big plays other than that in the game. So your offensive story, I guess, was big plays. You had a long run by Keenan Murphy. You had the long run by Andre Abanez, which really got your offense rolling. And so on the little jet
Lineman,
sweep right
yeah.
there, just coming around and a great run. I went back and watched the replay on YouTube, and man, I didn't realize how many tackles that he actually broke during the action right there.
Yeah, Andre's a dynamic runner. He wanted the ball, and that's what I want in my players. I want them to want the ball, and we gave it to him. We called his number, and he did something with it. So we'll look forward to getting him the ball more.
Well, I believe that's the drive too. He finished off with a 38-yard field goal that probably would have been good from 50. So
yes.
So good job right there. Again, some of the other guys that really stood out to me that looks like you really have some potential with is Jamil Taylor, your wide receiver.
Yes.
Good size out there, but the most impressive thing were some of the blocks, and the block he made to seal it off for Mark Brown on that 97-yard touchdown run.
Yes, JT, as we call him, he's an outstanding blocker as well as catching the football. He made a great catch on the slant and got us in position and kept going with that. And he had a great block on that run. He pancaked the guy. So he did a great job. We look for great things out of him this year.
Yeah, you mentioned one of those catches, that early catch really set up your first score, right? I mean, the conversion, he made the catch, and then he drugged 2 or 3 guys to get the first down to keep that drive going, ends up letting you get in the end zone.
That was big for us. Once we get in red zone, offensive, we want to score. We want to put up points. And he did a great job of catching the ball first and then moving the sticks and getting the first down and continuing to drive for yards, fight for yards, and protect the football as well. He did a great job.
Well, how do you assess your young quarterback, Jabraylon Jones, in his first varsity start?
He was a little nervous. We just need games after games after games, and he just needs reps. And as long as he continues to get reps, he's going to get better. His ceiling is real high, and we look forward to continuing to get him reps, live reps, and as many reps as we can in practice with the things that we're going to call and do so that he has a picture of it in practice, and it'll be that much easier in the game. You know, once we get him settled down, he's going to be fine. We look forward to great things from him this year.
I thought one thing that really kind of you could see him relax a little bit is, and I don't remember if it was a called run or just if he just scrambled out, but he just took over and let his athleticism play. You know, his instincts take over in the game. He was able to get out and had a nice couple of runs right there, and you know, it just seemed like he really calmed down when his passes got a lot more on target as the game went on.
Well, those runs were read options,
Yeah.
so RPOs, run pass option, reads, and early he wasn't reading it. Some of the times he should have pulled it,
Sure.
and he would have had more yards. So as the game went on, he was able to play the game and see what was happening in front, and he was able to pull it and run it. But I want to see him, take a step up, put his foot in the dirt, and get more yards, as opposed to just running out of bounds when the guy's 2 or 3 yards in front. Let's get a few more yards before we run out of bounds.
Experience, right?
Yes.
That all comes with experience and getting comfortable out there. So, well, that's something to look forward to. Again, his upside is clearly pretty nice, and it'll be fun to watch him grow. Let's talk a little bit about this week's opponent, which is a Thursday night. Obviously, if you're watching this, you know it's Thursday night. So, Thursday night against Waco High, who, man, you speak about, this is back in the 60s game here, 3-0.
3-0.
So, how fun was that game to watch? So,
Yeah.
3-0. So, talk a little bit about what you've seen in that.
On film, they have offensively, they have a huge offensive line. They're big as all get out. Great looking athletes. They're big up front, and they are a lateral team. They're not pretty much a downhill team. They like to run lateral, try to get outside of you with their speed and things like that. So we want to try to contain them and work on those things and not let them get to the corner. If they get to the corner, it's going to be over, and we're not going to let them. Granbury did a great job of containing them and not letting them get outside and keeping everything in front. So we're going to have this is the day of the game, so we're going to kind of have the same game plan. Keep them in front, and don't take chances. Don't let them get behind us, and hit them in the mouth when we have that opportunity once we're on defense.
Well, Thursday night, obviously, a little different schedule for you. What do you do to adjust to prepare for a Thursday night versus a Friday night?
Well, we have the same plans. We're going to do the same thing. We did have Labor Day, so we were able to, instead of going 18 periods, we went 2 hours. We went 24 periods. We'll go 24 periods today, so we'll actually be able to get the reps that we need. And then tomorrow we'll have a kick around. We won't have our situation period, but we'll kind of tweak the schedule, situation / kick around tomorrow, being Wednesday, since this is live. So that's how we will adjust.
Okay. So again, it is a little bit different as a coach. Is it hard for you to, again, young team, new staff, to make those adjustments to try to keep everybody to get them to the starting gate, so to speak, with being ready and with the right frame of mind on a Thursday night versus that Friday night? But also, they're just kids sometimes, and it doesn't matter. You say it's time, and they'll be ready to go.
Right. Kids are resilient. The kids are going to do what we ask them to do to the best of their ability. That's the way we're training them, and so it's not a problem because they're going to do what we ask them to do. We're going to train. We're going to train like we train in practice, and then once it's game time, it's game time.
Well, I tell you what, I was walking around the stadium a little bit early Friday and talking to a lot of the administration, and of course interviewed Stephanie Howe at halftime. And one of the recurring themes everyone I talk to is, man, there's excitement. There's Coach Rogers. He's bringing back some great traditions, trying to build the feel for Tiger football, what it means to be a Tiger and that kind of thing. What are some of the things you're doing from an old tradition standpoint that you're trying to bring in and show these kids how special Tiger football can be?
Well, the first thing is we coach out of love, and we have to demonstrate that we love them. We have to prove it to them over time, and then some of the practical things that we're doing. We are allowing the kids to get their jerseys on Friday, take them to their favorite teachers, and the teachers can wear them throughout the day. And we had a pep rally. We had chairs there for them, and we want these guys to feel special because they are special. Those are some of the small things. We're going to walk out instead of run out of the tunnel. We're going to walk to the 50, and it was so great that the 82, 83 guys and the alumni, we were able to walk out of the tunnel first and demonstrate how we did it back in the day, and that was awesome.
I noticed some 97 guys in there too.
We did. We had. Coach Lewis had some of his guys in there, some 90s guys as well.
Well, that's good. I mean, it was great. Again, just the feel for it and the excitement of getting Tiger football back, the return to dominance, right? That's what what we're trying to do, and I know it's your mission. You feel like it's your mission just to have these kids know what the specialness of a team can be, and I know that's not as easy sometimes today as it was back in our day, but
no, it's not.
I know the special feeling that you can get when you get old like us, right? And,
right.
And go back and think about it. So I know that's something that is really getting everybody around the program happy. and I hope your kids really, really do see that and embrace that. And, we saw a team that was resilient the other night. When things didn't go their way, they didn't back off, and they fought back. And so, again, certainly not perfect, a lot to work on, but
Yes.
but from an attitude and a try-hard point of view and effort, I don't think that was ever in doubt. So that's step number one, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Coach, good luck tonight. Get those Waco Lions, get those taken care of, and let's get off to a 2-0 start.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Coach Rogers. Appreciate it. 1-0 as the Tiger head coach. And stay tuned for the pregame show coming up after this. And the good positive vibes. They didn't let things get them down. They lost the lead after taking it, and they fought back. And again, I thought the stick-to-itiveness and the grit that they showed. I mean, I think that was very encouraging.
I think the biggest piece of that we haven't talked a whole lot about, Rusty, is the fact that the community and the support of the community and people in Corsicana and even outside of Corsicana is very, very strong with the hiring of Coach Rogers. And with that positiveness, that creates a positive atmosphere for those kids. They respond differently. Their outlook's different. And they've responded very, very well to a hometown guy and to the positive support of all the people in the community. Those kind of things are huge when we talk about being successful and wanting to win and wanting to get Corsicana back to where we once were. It's baby steps, and this is the first little baby step that we've taken. The kids have accepted the coaching like you talked about, but also the fact that the community is in a positive way on this is huge.
Well, I think that is so right. I mean, when they get home, they hear positive things about the coach and about what's going on, and as opposed to maybe not always hearing positive things about what's happening in the program. When you hear that at home, it just confirms, or on the street, not necessarily at home, but just outside the field house, when you're hearing the same kinds of things from everyone else, it does make a difference in the way they approach their job and the way they approach everything on a Friday night, and to come out here and, again, Coach Rogers putting his stamp on the defense. We saw the swarming nature of that, and also the attacking of the ball and forcing those turnovers.
They really were attacking, and attacking now compared to the way it used to be is all safety driven. So the teaching of tackling is so different than it was just a few years ago.
Yep.
But way back when you were really aggressive and people were really taking people out, blindside shots and all those kind of things, those things are slowly being removed from the game. But the teaching of tackling is so different. It's that rugby style of teaching. Coaches have to take different certifications, and they have to keep up on the tackling techniques, and they've had to learn these coaching points, and that's everywhere across the state of Texas because that's a UIL funded or UIL mandate, and also supported by the Texas High School Coaches Association. So the tackling and being aggressive is a different natured animal now, but the Tiger defense has really excelled and accepted that type of aggressiveness, and they showed it on Friday night.
Well, and the game is so different now. 40 years ago, everybody's jammed inside the hash marks. Basically, you've got your tackle to your tight end to tight end or whatever. Lots going on in that box. Today, you're numbers to numbers. And so a lot of the action is taking place out in space. It's taken, so it's not the smash mouth, everybody come up and create a big pile. It's out in the open. And so you have to be a little more sure about your tackles instead of just coming up and trying to hit somebody the way you used to, because there's going to be 4 or 5 guys. But by doing that, and our team's still getting to the ball, having that many guys around the ball in spite of it being an open more open game, it was pretty impressive.
When we were younger, we wanted to have things done perfectly. We wanted our head here, our arms here, wrap and grab and all those kind of things. Now you can get by with just diving and grabbing a leg and putting them down, and everybody's great with it. Whereas back in the day, a coach would say, "Hey, you got to run through there," all these coaching points. But now those coaching points aren't as stressed as much. Just as long as you get the guy down, that's all that matters. And then on top of that, weight training, speed training, all that's evolved too, because it is a faster game. It is a more open and space type of game, where you're trying to get speed out in space, whereas like Rusty said, it's 11 on 11 and you're just 3 yards of cloud of dust. Let's line up and do it again. So the evolution of the game is being shown at all levels, high school, college, and professional levels. So it's just different.
Well, it's nice to get the win, but certainly it was far from a perfect game. Offensively, we've got some work to do. We got to move the ball. We got to learn. We got to be able to drive the ball without having just the big play to rely on. And so those kind of things start up front, number one, and number two, being able to hit the quick passes. And so both of those are things that we didn't do very well in the first half and got better at in the second half.
Yeah, the offensive line is that's the heart of the offense, and they've got to be together. They've got to be able to communicate. They've got to know what each other is doing. They have to know their little intricate nuances that they have when they double team people. We noticed early on in the first series there were 2 or 3 plays right off the bat that communication was an issue when you see guys looking at each other, holding their hands up or pointing with their hands.
Right.
Somebody messed up, and who's going to take the blame for it? But those kind of things need to be fixed, and hopefully they were taken care of and fixed as they move through the practices this week as they're going against Waco, because Waco's going to have some speed, they're going to have some size, and they're going to be tough and physical. So we've got to be able to respond and meet that challenge, and our offensive line will set the tone of the game today, because hopefully you do get some of those big plays, but you can't count on those big plays to win games for you. You've got to be able to sustain drives and move the ball down the field and take time off the clock.
Well, we have had a shortened warm-up period here with the lightning delay. They are planning to kick off at 7:30, which is 4 minutes away. Tigers will be running through or walking out of the tunnel, and then at least halfway, as you've heard Coach Eugene Rogers talk about, as the Corsicana Walk is brought back here, and hopefully that will bring back some of the great success that we've seen over the years.
You know, and that's one little thing that people in the stands, you know, talk about too. While I worked for the school district, there were different people I'd see while I was teaching and coaching or being the AD and just being a part of CISD that would talk about some of these little things that Coach Rogers is either installing or he's talking about. The walk is one of them.
Yeah.
It's very impactful, and like Coach Rogers said in the coaches show, you know, he wanted the team to feel it and have alumni out front and see how important it is and tone setting it was, because I'm telling you, when we did it and we walked out there, we had a different feel about ourselves. We felt tight as a team, and we were ready to get after you. So I know that's what Coach Rogers wants his team to feel.
Well, and again, it's about being the team and playing together, and that's what he's preaching. As you can tell from the camera view there, we did have rain, some pretty hard over here at some point. It's also quite cool on the inside, so it's creating some fog on these windows and there's no way to wipe them off. So we do have some cameras for you. We got video, of course, and Adam's working over here. We got what do we got? 2 cameras on the field and one in the booth. So we'll have a reduced broadcast, but a very good broadcast. And I want to thank everyone that reached out and talked about the quality of the broadcast and how well it went. And you know, Adam just continues to do a great job. Jonathan Seaton doing a good job in the game day production last week, switching cameras, angles, and getting the replays out. So it was a good time and a great job. And again, it's not the first time we've done it. We've been doing it for 3 or 4 years, and but each year it just gets a little better. And Adam just adds some more toys every year. He gets a few more toys and adds to it. And so now got a pretty good broadcast going now, I think, from a production quality standpoint. If these two jokers up here don't mess it up.
That's it. That's the new piece, is that you see us a little bit more, and sometimes you might go, hey, I don't know if I want to see those guys, what's happening on the field, or describe something football-wise. But we're glad that you guys are with us, and we're very thankful and appreciative of all the neat things that you sent us in a text or called us and talked to us about, because we're going to do our best to try to bring you a good product and call a good game for you.
Well, let's see. We have Chuck Williams. Is he downstairs somewhere?
Fellas, you do. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, man.
I'm way over here getting ready for the national anthem. Beautiful night here, a little bit of windy, a little bit of clouds. And as you guys said, so go the Hogs, so go the Tigers, and we'll see tonight as we're about to play the national anthem.
All right, here we go. Can you pick that up? Put on your mic, Chuck, so we can hear that.
American flag, Cadet Captain Eric Palacios. Texas flag, Cadet Private First Class Sean Smith. United States Army flag, Cadet Corporal Mario Arevalo. Waco High JROTC Battalion flag, Cadet Private First Class Ruben Almanza. Left guard, Cadet Captain Joseph Evix. We ask that both teams and fans face the colors on the field during the playing of our national anthem.
Well, the old drum beat we kept coming through strong there for sure. All right, Chuck, what do you got down there? What's the feel like on the sideline?
Well, I tell you, fellas, you look at Waco. You look at Waco High, and I tell you, as far as eye test goes, they look like a team you have to figure how they get beat 3-0 last week by Granbury. But it's nice weather. Tigers are up. I don't know if you guys have mentioned this, but Keenan Murphy's obviously in street clothes. He's out. Sean Medrano is out, and then Andre Ibanez will also not be available tonight. So Tigers are down a little bit personnel-wise, but, what's the old saying? Somebody new has to step up. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you've got you just mentioned 3 guys that all had impacts last week. 66-yard run from Keenan Murphy. You had Ibanez with a 55-yard run plus a field goal.
Right.
And he's your punter and kicker. And then Sean Medrano had some really, really nice plays on defense before he got hurt on a defensive play. And so I wasn't surprised to hear Sean was out, but a little surprised about the other 2 guys. So.
Yes, very surprising, but at least it's happening week 2, and it's not taking place when we're in district. So hopefully they can heal up and be ready to go once we kick off the district season.
All right. Tiger captains are Hector Cervantes. Number 12 is Jaden Jones. And is that 10?
11.
We got 11 is Jermiel Taylor, and I believe that 10 on the end.
Yes.
Jerry Escamilla. So for the Tigers, you can hear the official. So the Tigers will defer to the second half. And looks like Waco will get the ball first if we can get them on the right sides. Waco guys are struggling to find the right side, but they will.
Fort Scana won the toss, deferred their option to the second half. Waco will receive at the north goal. Gentlemen, shake hands. Good luck. Let's have a great game.
All right, Waco going left to right. They will be on offense first. The Corsicana Tigers will kick it off, and we'll see who kicks it off here today, Coach.
Well, it is, you don't see the backup kicker very often, even in a blowout. So it will be interesting to see who tried out and who said, hey, Coach, I can kick, and, got out there and proved themselves, because there's no telling how Coach Rogers decided as to who that kicker would be.
Hey, fellas, we may go back to the Castles area as far as extra points, where we just go for 2 every time. Who knows? Just a thought. And real quick before we get started, a shout out to the freshman team. Won their game 12-8. Braxton Stoner with a 60-yard TD reception to put the Tigers up 12-0. They hung on to win it. So shout out to our freshman boys that are 2-0.
Yeah, man, had a great season last season, and Coach made a point. He's not bringing up any freshmen. He's going to let those guys go down and hopefully enjoy some success together. And I think if you can do that, if at all possible, that's the best thing to do.
That is the exact way to do it. There's no question about it. Those young guys need to develop a camaraderie, a team, and then move them up to the big time when it's time.
Yeah, pooch kick here from Aaron Dondo. And the ball is taken at the 42-yard line by Waco, and they will have the ball there first down.
It'll be tough for us to get all the numbers for you with our window playing games with us.
Yes, it is a little bit of a challenge here today. I've got a break on one window if they stay in this spot.
And I need to be 8'2" to truly see where I'm at.
So, 42-yard line as Waco High, Lions take over. Not a lot of stats last week as they put up a 0 on the offensive side. Going to hand it off. Quarterback pulls it out and keeps it. Great job staying home. Aaron Dondo with a tackle for a yard gain and a flag on the play. Looks like a holding out there on the tackle.
Yes, I love it. To start things off the wrong way. Great job by Arredondo to come up and be aggressive and make a play, fight through the blocks, and just a great job asserting ourselves defensively, coming off the edge out there. A nice scrape, nice play made.
Yeah, you had the hold on the play, but, man, he was able to fight through that, keep his outside arm open and make the tackle. And so you got a 1st and 20 now. As the Tigers obviously take the penalty. Oh, my goodness. Look at that to-go sign on the chain over there.
Wow.
20 to go. Fake the handoff, going to throw it out short. Tigers will make a stop there behind the line of scrimmage. Number 3, Javon Betts out there quickly on the play will bring up a loss.
And Arredondo came and finished things off as well.
Nice.
Threw it to the short side of the field, a little stop route out there, and Betts did a great job of coming up and being under control and being aggressive and make a play. And then you've got Arredondo. His motor is on fire right now, so great job by him to finish things off.
So we got 2nd and 22 now on the play. A 2-by-2 set on the offense. Running back to the left, looking to pass. Pressure on the quarterback, and he is brought down. And there's going to be a flag there. That's on the sack is by 50, Fidel Gonzalez. Face mask on the play.
His hands just got in there on the quarterback, it looked like. Let's see, they don't have replay like we do.
Well, we got it up here. We got a little monitor, so that'll be a first down, though. Big break for Waco.
That's a huge break right there because they're going nowhere offensively right now. We just have to maintain it now. We can't slack off. We need to get in a groove. We were excited from the get-go, so hopefully we've settled in and we're ready to go.
Trips to the right. Going to hand it off inside. Nice little room on the break inside. Brought down by the Tigers. Number 26.
Amontre McCowan on the play.
Some different names out there this week. It's going to be 2nd and about 4, excuse me. Handoff again. Bounces off of the blocker who was stonewalled and kicks it outside. Going to pick up a couple
I think
up to the 48.
Was that Jamarian Lewis on the play right there? Yes, it was. Nice job coming up and making a play right there at the line of scrimmage from that safety spot.
A lot of tackles for him last week from that spot. So it's going to be 3rd and 2 here with inside 10 minutes to go, no score, opening drive of the game. If you just joined us, you haven't missed much because we had lightning delays and started this game 30 minutes late. So there's a low snap, picked up by the quarterback, gets a little bit of block. Broken play is going to be pretty good. He steps through a tackle, going to be brought down at the 40, going to gain about 12 yards on the play. And so that time the broken play really paid off.
The broken play really did pay off. There's a delay. They're trying to get the ball. Everybody's standing around. Their offensive line's standing up, so they've pretty much protected the stand-up, pick up the ball guys, and then here we go.
So 1st and 10 at the Tiger 40 now for the Lions, looking for their first points of the season. So got a handoff to the running back. Good room inside. Tigers going to bring him down, but not before they get another first down. They're about to equal their yardage total from last week on this opening drive.
Well, they're running it fast, too. They're having success, and they're lining up, and they're getting ready to run the next play. Defense, timeout. Tigers, timeout.
All right, Chuck, can you check on and see if Montre Bush, 55, is on the sideline?
Absolutely. I'll be right back with you.
Okay, because he is not in the game, and they're just kind of running right up the middle, and that's kind of his domain. So have some different issues out there if we got some players out. So
well, and things started out so good. I mean, we were holding our own the first 2 or 3 plays, and we end up getting a sack to essentially end the series, but a face mask changed that, and then that is just compounded into a fumbled snap, and they get 5 or 6 yards for a first down. The quarterback bounces outside, gets yardage, and then you get a nice big play there. They've just kind of plugged away at it, and it's almost like we've become complacent, and we need to reassert ourselves.
So it's first down now from the Tiger 28-yard line. Waco is looking to make something happen here. They're quarterbacked by R.J. Young. He's got 2 backs in the backfield, 1 on each side, 3 receivers. Going to hand it off inside to the number 22. Going to kick it outside. Tigers are going to get him down. He is going to get a little bit of a gain there. And he's going to get up to about inside the 25, right at the 25.
Ran a counter play there, ended up sealing everything inside. We didn't have a linebacker outside to scrape, and they were able to bounce it outside. It took a safety and a corner to make the play down the field, and we've got to do a better job of maintaining that line of scrimmage and make them run more lateral than being able to get up the field.
Mason Smith with that carry. Hands him off coming to the right side. This time it's to 21, and that is R.J. Galbert, or Galbert. And he's going to pick up a few more yards down to the 21-yard line.
Jamarian Lewis on the play, but he's playing, 10 yards deep or so, and he's seeing run, reading run, and he's filling his gap right there and making a good play right off the bat. We're still getting blocked inside those bodies, the bodies of the offensive linemen. They're moving their feet and they're getting their backside to the hole that the running back's running through. So there's no threat of course, can a Tiger reaching and grabbing him. So that's why we've got safeties making plays.
3rd and 3, hand off to the right side. He's got a hole. Going to get through. He's cut down by Lewis, or he would have had a touchdown. It'll be a first down inside the 10-yard line.
Well, the size of the Waco Lion offensive line is much bigger across the board than what we faced last week. Cleburne had one big offensive lineman, and he was on the edge, but all 5 of these offensive linemen look about the same height and the same size, and they move their feet well, and they're doing a good job of moving Tigers.
Kelvin Young's 325 on that side. He got him in the backfield. This time they hang on. He's going to drag forward to get back to around the line of scrimmage. It's at 30, Frank Jackson coming in with the initial contact.
And just they wedged. That's all that was. That was a zone, and we were able to come off the edge because they were just occupied by picking up linebackers, picking up our defensive front 4, and we were able to squeeze off the edge and make them lose a yard or two. Well, no, wait a minute. Now it's the line of scrimmage as a mark.
So in the defense, Alan Walker is not out there either as linebacker. They're going to swing it out to Smith. He's going to be brought down at the 6. Good job there by Damon Brown. And 26 for the Tigers is Amontre McCown, who comes up to help get him down at the 5 or 6. Excuse me.
Nice job for a safety that's covering a man to come off his man and be able to make a play for short yardage right there. Our linebacker wasn't outside over the top of that running back, but our safety had the quickness and the ability to utilize the sideline as that extra man and squeeze him into the sideline and make a play. This will be big right here if we can shut this down.
Big 3rd down and 6. And he's going to hand it off inside to Smith. And the Tigers bring him down. You got McCown, Cervantes. Going to get him down to about the 4-yard line, a pickup of 1. So Hector Cervantes in at linebacker. He's in for Alan Walker. I believe Bivens is back this week, but you lose Madrano and Walker, I believe he was sick.
It looked like Tanner Crumpton's in there, and he looks like he's the one that made that play on 3rd down right there.
So they're going for the field goal here, line it up. Got a time called, not enough people on the field. This is going to be a 22-yard attempt. How about that special teams coordinator? You loving that they didn't get everybody on the field?
Holy moly! And you've done so well. Well, there's no element of surprise now.
Yeah.
If they had something tricky going on, I doubt very seriously they're probably just tickled to death. They've moved the ball down the field and they're ready to kick it. But looking at Waco, they've got 11, 22. They might have 30 to 35 players maybe. Usually Waco High has got that 40, 50, 60 players. They usually have a lot of folks, and they've gone through coaching changes as well. So I know they're continuing to rebuild their program. But
a lot of move out in Waco proper, to the surrounding areas.
Yeah. You got Lorena, you got China Spring, you got Robinson, just to name a few that people will jet out to and move to. And the way things are when you're right outside a big city, a metropolitan area, they're going to find the next best thing and figure out some way to get there and get their kid in that school.
Alberto Rodriguez on to try the attempt. Mason Smith is the holder, the running back. Low snap, gets it up, gets it on the tee. There's a flag on the play. It is good. See what the flag is.
It'll be interesting to see because was it the umpire that was talking
Yes.
to him? Okay.
And it's going to be Waco's choice here.
Sure
And
is.
so if that's a sportsmanlike or personal foul, it'll be a first down.
Well, the personal foul. Player on the line of scrimmage did not have his hand on the ground before rushing. That's half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Are you kidding me? Is that really a rule? Is that a new rule?
If that's a rule, that's a brand new rule. I've never heard of that one. That's we're gonna have to do a little research on that one. I'm gonna see what's up with that.
I guess that's a player safety rule, but I don't know how safe it is to have your hand on the ground or not have your hand on the ground. But
Yeah.
that is the call. Never heard that called before. Must be new this year.
Well, must be because I haven't heard any talk about that. That's not been something that's been discussed and brought up in different conversations that I've had with other coaches.
So taking points off the board there, they're going to go try to punch it in the end zone. Still don't have their first points. All the bodies are on the right side of the field. They got 3 receivers over there, quarterback, 1 running back lined up to the left, and you got the wing back on the right side as well. So, again, going to hand it off to the running back coming this way. He is in the end zone for a touchdown.
He just cut it up inside. They're running a long sweep. They're overloading to see if you're going to move your defense and shift your defense over there, and we did, but it's almost like a zone read for that running back in a sense that he's going to read what's in front of him and he's going to take it as far as he needs to go. He's got from where the ball is snapped to the corner of the pylon there to get it in.
And that's the snap is up, kick is back, and kick is up. It is good. It is 7-0 Waco as they take their first lead of the season. And again, using their size here and Corsicana mistakes to keep that going. 2 penalties really made the difference in that drive.
The two penalties really did. The face mask to give them a first down, and then coming back with the no hand on the ground penalty right there to give them the ball half the distance to the goal, which was about the 3, right? Wasn't it 3?
Yes.
And one play, and they're in, and their offensive line's asserting themselves now. Initially, there was no existence of an offensive line. Arredondo's making 2 plays quick. We're pushing through and sacking the quarterback, but a penalty there with a face mask called that back. And from then, it was all about Waco just running the ball down the field. They didn't have to throw it. They're running it, so.
Well, the Tigers look like they're missing 2 or 3 of their starting rotational linebackers. Did not see Mark Brown on offense. On defense. That tells me he's going to be mostly on offense.
Yes.
And then Montre Bush was not on the field as well. And then so lots of changes out there in that defense side, and it kind of showed up there on the drive, especially after that face mask penalty.
It's good we got new guys in. They're getting playing time, and we're going to need them down the road, but it sure would be nice to see them make plays right now.
There's a kickoff, high kickoff, taken out of bounds, goes out of bounds, so the Tigers will have the ball. What is that going to be, at the 35?
Let's see. Well, no, it ought to be at the 30.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be – well, no, it should be the 35 with the 5-yard penalty. So usually mark it at the 30 with the 5-yard penalty for kicking it out of bounds. Ought to be at the 35, and then we get the choice of the hash.
All right, so it's going to be first down for the Tigers after an almost 7-minute drive. Tell you what, and that was a 14-play drive there by the Lions. And so after 14 plays, they went 58 yards. Really had to go more than that with the penalties and losses. But the Tigers take over from their 30. Braylon Jones, the quarterback, High snap, going to hand it off to Mark Brown. He makes a man miss, kicks it to the right side. He's got room. 40, 45. He's going to have a first down. They're going to get him out of bounds at about the 45 of Waco. They're going to mark him right at the 46 of Waco. So first down, ready to go here for the Tigers, and Mark Brown doing that pretty much on his own.
He pretty much blocked for himself and ran for himself. There was penetration through the line of scrimmage. He avoided that and then went opposite the play and made some yardage off of it.
Well, we're going to have a motion penalty here by the Tigers. They're going to kick it back 5 yards.
We're just those are those little things that are kicking in.
So the tight end on that side moved a little early. It's going to be 1st and 15 now. Tigers in 2 tight end set. They got Jamel Taylor, who's a wideout, also playing tight end on this side. See if we sneak him out in a little bit. So 2 receivers, handed off to Mark Brown, coming to the left side. He kicks it back toward the middle, brought down. He's going to pick up a couple yards on the play.
He's hoping that, we're in a double tight formation, but he's hoping that he can get some movement and find a crease to be able to get up the field. But we're not blocking the outside force man, so he's able to force and squeeze quick. So that makes Brown get back inside where traffic is. So we've got to do a better job in our front 7 since we've got 2 tight ends and move some people.
Now we're 3-by-1 set all wide. You got Brown line up to the left of Jones. Going to hand it off inside. He kicks it out to the right. Behind the Poor, he's got a little room. Gets it past the 45 down to about the 41-yard line. He's going to have a 3rd and about 5 or so, a little more manageable.
They go from double tight, packing it in, to having roughly 8 in the box, to spreading it out, a 3-man defensive front with 1 linebacker in the middle. Right now we're in that same formation, opposite side. They've moved a linebacker in, so they're a 3-2 look with a rover kind of back that's about 7 yards off the ball that's going to play run first, and he'll be a low hole player on the pass.
Got another penalty here.
Goodness gracious.
The offensive line has movement, it looks like. Did not have these penalties last week.
We sure didn't.
So on the left tackle there with the movement.
Yeah, none of those penalties were happening last week.
Landon Irvin there. He's new starter this week. Took over at left tackle. So it's going to be 3rd and 11 now for the Tigers. Got a little to overcome here on 3rd down. Snap back, hands it off to Brown. He's hitting the backfield. He carries a couple of guys back to the line of scrimmage. But nothing doing there for the Tigers as, again, pretty good defense right there. And they gave up only 3 points last week. So
wow,
you got to expect that they got pretty good up front and good size. And, again, we're going to have a punting situation here for the Tigers without their regular punter.
That's once again, they had 3 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers. They cheated a linebacker up late, and we did not do a good job of having our eyes up to see that, so we can at least double off and pick up that blitzing linebacker there, and that ended up costing us. So we'll see how we go here. I think we'll be okay.
Escamilla on to punt.
Yeah.
And we don't have somebody on the field, so Bivens comes on the field here to cover the punt. And so we have a delay since we didn't have everybody out.
You know what?
Special teams penalty.
Yeah. At least we didn't call a timeout.
Yes.
We need those 2 timeouts.
Yeah,
we aren't even out of the first quarter yet.
Yeah, you don't want to waste a timeout there.
No.
So here's Escamilla. Again, 1 single man back. They look like they're coming, and here they are. It gets it off. Good job by him getting it off. It's going to hit at the 25. Big bounce. Inside the 20. Will be no return. It continues to roll. Inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line. Tigers get 1 first down on the first play and unable to move it from there. Waco will take over at their 14.
We got away with a little rock by one of our linemen there on that punt. I can't believe we didn't get called on that. We got called on every other illegal procedure with that offensive line, so I can't believe they didn't see us standing up and rocking, but we'll take it. Nice job by Escamilla getting the ball down the field.
And getting it off, with that pressure.
Too, because there were a bunch of red shirts that were bleeding through the the front there.
Okay, well, Waco takes over now at their own 14-yard line.
Hey, fellas, as you can see, Bush and Walker are now in the game.
Okay, well, that's good news. So rotating people in. It's going to be a quarterback. The ball's up. He does not he hangs on to it, but he lost the handle on a direct snap play. Tigers in there. It's going to create a loss on the play back to the 11 and a little more. That's why we started that first drive, and it's good to see some of these guys come in.
Adrian Bivens was back there in the middle of all that, and you can see his excitement. He's ready to go, so it's good to have him back. Nice job by our front seven right there, being aggressive and changing the line of scrimmage and pushing it back. So we just need to continue on that.
It's a handoff to Smith that time. He got room. He's up past the 20. Going to be up near a first down. Going to mark him about a yard short at the 23-yard line.
It's all about filling those rush lanes, the A, B, and C gap. Filling your gap, play gap control right there, and we just didn't get back inside to take care of that A gap.
Get a handoff. Now the quarterback keeps it, and that's a great job staying home by Escamilla. They're going to be a loss on the play back to the 20-yard line. Big play right there.
I love it seeing guys do their job. Escamilla did his job right there. He's not going to make a play on a zone that is opposite, that's running away from him. He's not going to run it down and make a play. There's guys on that side of the line of scrimmage that are going to make those plays. So he did a fantastic job of taking care of his responsibility and making a big play.
And your reference is his job is the quarterback.
Yes.
Stay home, play the quarterback, don't chase the back. And he stayed home, and when he pulled it out, it was a great job being there. So you got the quarterback is the punter here.
Oh, and they're going to have to call a timeout.
Yeah. Boy, special teams coaches are going to get an earful from the head coaches, right?
Well, they've got a totally different set for their punt. It's what I would have called an Oklahoma formation. Now, we had that trick stuff when I was at Groesbeck. It was something Oklahoma did. They've got a center, 2 guards, and then on the outside you've got both tackles, an outside receiver, and then a person behind the tackle and the outside receiver. Of course, you got a personal protector and a punter back there, but, here comes the slow guy, and he ain't set. Coach got to call another timeout, so they've utilized 2 timeouts, and they've got 1 to go.
So,
hey, Rusty, real quick, I was going to tell you fellas on the field goal a while ago, they had to call a timeout because the holder was lined up on the wrong side of the ball. So more special team snafu.
you would think he knew what side his kicker kicked on, right? So, man, they got trips way out on each side, as you said earlier, and Galbert back to Young, kicks it, gets it off. It hits a little short of the 50. He's going to roll to the 45. Mark Brown lets it roll, and the Tigers will take over at about their 44-yard line here for their second possession with 58 seconds to go in the game, and it is 7-0 Waco. And I know you guys that are watching the game can see that because thankfully it's down there all the time. Everybody used to tell me, you don't tell the score enough. I said, well, you're not listening enough. How about it?
How about that? Open your ears.
No, you say it, and you just, I know when I'm listening to games, sometimes they're like, well, what was the score? You just, you're listening to the plays or whatever, but it's 7-0 Waco. They score their first points of the season, and so now here's Corsicana taking over. Jabraylon Jones, the quarterback, takes the snap, hands it off inside. Mark Brown, again, met there, but he just pushes the pile forward. He's going to pick up 3 or 4 yards on the play. And, again, he pushed the pile. And so we're at point of attack, guys. We're going to have to do a good job there.
We're catching. We're just catching. We aren't stepping. We aren't exploding. We aren't doing the things that we are coached to do right now, and they've got to get it together on the offensive front.
So it's 2nd and 7, and we got offsides by a long way.
And that goes to show you that our cadence could possibly be over and over redundant in their timing things out. Thank goodness whoever that was, he's got his shirt pulled up. We can't tell what number it was, but at least we can see that that's a possible need to make a change there.
So 2nd and 2 now. Man's on the blitz. And they're going to quick throw out here over the head of Ruiz. And again, Jabrailin just a little quick on there. I don't think it never didn't look like he got a good handle on the ball before he let it go.
No, and the coaches have probably told him, hey, just want you to catch the ball and throw it. Don't try to find the seams. Just catch and throw. You know, it's a 10, 15-yard pass. It's like a warm-up right there. Just get it to him. And so that's what he attempted to do.
So it's 3rd and 2 now for the Tigers, looking to get a first down. They have one. And
right guard movement.
So 68 for the Tigers. Right guard, we got to get down and get set there. A little movement. That's for Kevin Reese, also a new starter. So some anxious moments here for the new guys on both sides of the ball.
Very anxious.
So we go from 3rd and 2 now back to 3rd and 7. There's a snap, looking back to pass, looking right. Pulls it down. His man band. He's got a chance, and he just throws it away. And he's hit late.
Oh, yeah.
Going to get bailed out by a penalty here, just like we bailed them out on their drive to give them a big opportunity.
Yes.
Man, that guy would be next to me on the sidelines if I was coaching, because he just gave us a first down.
Yes, he did, and that's controllable. That's something that you can pull back off of. Grabbing a face mask 9 times out of 10, you're just reaching to grab a hold of somebody, but that right there was deliberate. So that's a good penalty for us for sure. Now we need to do what they did to us and capitalize on it and put some points on. I'd love to see 6 points on the board. Let's kick the ball through the uprights and go from there.
Penalties have been the problem for the offense, and so see if we can get over that. Now we're back to 2 tights and 2 wides. Got pistol formation. Mark Brown at the tailback spot. There's a snap. Going to hand it off to Brown to the left side. He breaks the tackle, kicks it out, makes a couple of men miss. He's going to be thrown down forward to the 30, just the other side of the 30.
His vision and his athletic ability on that play right there was evident. We did not block anybody on that left guard spot, and his strength, vision, ability, everything about him, he was able to get through there and get some positive yards right there. So we've got to be able to get our body on a body and maintain that point of attack so that, one of our, if not our best player, one of our better players is able to make it through the course of the game.
Well, it's 2nd and 2. That's the end of the first quarter. It's 7-0. Tigers down 7 here. Looking to go in, take advantage of this penalty that gave them life after it looked like they were going to be done for a 3rd down and have to give the ball back. But so Tigers got a little life. We gave extra life to Waco to help them on their drive a couple of times. And so now you got this 2nd and short here from the 30. Okay, just don't do anything to make yourself go backwards, right?
That's it, yes. Just line up, go on the snap, and if we have to do a quarterback sneak, let's do a quarterback sneak. They're looking at basically the same type of defense we saw last week with Cleburne, where it's an odd front. They got a nose guard, 2 defensive tackles, outside linebackers that are on the line or off the line. And when we're double tight, those outside linebackers are 3 or 4 yards off, so they're playing run first tight, and then they're dropping off into pass. But this is what we've seen, so we ought to be able to go after them and get after it.
Same set, 2 tight ends, 2 wideouts, 1 back in the backfield, going to be on the right side. So here we go. It is 2nd and 2. Shotgun snap. Oh, and the tight end move. What's happened, you see it, is the defense shifts, and they're getting these young guys to move. So 5 yards, we get 8 yards, go back 5, and that's kind of a rough way to make a living there today.
Yeah, those kind of things can't happen, even with it being game 2. We've already been through the course of a game, and we've been in these situations. We played against football players and all that good stuff. We just got to be ready to go mentally, be honed in and focused in on what we've got going on.
So it's 2nd and 7 now. Snap back, going to look quick pass, and he's going to be thrown for a loss. And back to the 40-yard lines again. Self-sabotage a little bit here.
Well, they faked the zone, and so you expect the running back to go ahead and block that end right there that he's running right to. but we didn't block the end and just let him come to the quarterback, and that created the oh my goodness, we're 3rd and 12.
Yes.
That's what it created.
3rd and 12, and that's not been good. we've been to 2 yards to go a couple of times now and gone backwards with a penalty, then a sack, and so now you got 3rd and 12. You're on the plus side, so you like to think it's 4-down territory, but you've got to make progress, and we're going to have a timeout call, which is right now with any uncertainty, that's the thing to do.
That's a good time to call it. Regroup. Like you said, we're on the plus side of the 50, and we need to get ourselves honed in as to what we're going to do. Plus, it gives coaches an opportunity to think, okay, if we get this many yards, what is our next play?
Yep.
Or if we stay at this point, are we going to make an attempt to go on 4th down? So there's a lot of things that they're talking about, thinking about, and planning for. I've got this phone here, and it's got the information that we're looking for because we want to clarify the initial penalty.
The field goal?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the rule reads that defensive players who are lined up within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage must be in a 3 or 4 point stance. Defensive players cannot initiate contact with offensive players unless they are in that 3 or 4 point stance. So now we're clarified. Here we go.
There's the snap, and it's going to be Turtle, athlete, coming to the right side. Got a little room inside the 30. He's going to be right at the first down
Sure
marker.
is. Let's get it.
And they
First
do give
down.
it to him.
Yes.
Turtle Lewis comes in at quarterback. They run the read. He takes off, goes to the right side, has a good seam there. And I guess that's a player safety issue. They don't want you running from behind to initiate that contact.
Yeah,
right?
because I'm telling you, when you're in a 2 point stance and those guys have to get up from a 3 point stance and you're teeing off on them, it's deadly. Thanks to our counterpart here, our AV tech guy, Mr. Adam Wathall, for that information.
There's going to be a handoff to Brown to the left side. Got a little room. You got a crease outside the 20. It's going to be close to a first down pickup of about 9. They're going to give him 9 on the play.
Good deal. I thought we had a flag.
Squeezed through there, didn't he?
Did he ever? Nice job by sealing and keeping that little gap that he ran right through. You know, he's built. He's got a good build to squeeze right through there in that speed. Great vision to be able to see that and hit it hard.
All right, 2nd and 1. Let's stay still, guys.
Yeah.
Lewis still in the game at quarterback. And he's going to throw it quickly on the bubble to Ruiz, and he slips down, and it's incomplete.
Ball's down. He slides down. It just didn't work.
Yeah, and we did have rain, and they're trying to use these 2nd and short opportunities to throw the ball a little bit, throw it quick, and try to get it on the outside, and haven't been able to capitalize on that yet.
No, they haven't. And, you know, down here, well, we're inside the 20, so they're 3-on-3. It looks like here as far as coverage goes. So you'd have to outrun one.
3rd and 1, handoff to – no, Lewis keeps it. He'll have the first down. Kicks it out the right side, makes a man miss. Inside the 10, down to the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal here for the Tigers. Lewis's helmet pops off. He will have to come out of the game.
You know what? Give.
have a hold.
Give.
Oh, hang
give,
on.
Give, and then pull, and that works.
3rd and 1, and we have a hold.
Replay 3rd down.
Oh,
Chuck,
my goodness.
Chuck, I was mumbling and talking to you. Did you? Well, it doesn't matter.
He did.
You saw it from the get-go. You knew the hold was coming, breaking our excitement.
Yes, sir. You're never mumbling. You're always giving out great information. Not mumbling, sir.
You just call me Mumbles.
But 3rd and 1, and it was downfield, obviously, well past the first down, unnecessary.
Yeah.
So another frustrating penalty here for the Tigers.
Away from the play.
So 3rd down and 8.
Let's see if we can put something together here.
Hand off to Brown, going left. The ball's on the ground. What do you see, Chuck?
There's no excitement. Well, there
Yeah,
it is.
excitement from Waco.
There it is.
Unforced error again. Looks like he ran into the defender, came up. And
He initiated contact. He really did, and the person he initiated contact with is down there around his arm where the ball is. So, you know, there's a lot of things that can happen when contact's made. I hate to see that, and it goes back to the last penalty, the hold, once we had made a first down and we're at the 5-yard line, ready to go first and goal. So defense has got to respond. Here's the next phase of the game of football defensively.
Yeah, the hold occurred, we went back 7, so
Yeah.
8 yards down past the first down marker, or past the line of scrimmage. So now Waco takes over at their own 22 after a pretty good-looking drive from the Tigers, unable to capitalize. Snap is back, going to hand it off. He's coming to the left side. And good tackle by Lewis, whose helmet pops off again. Man, we got to fix that helmet. We got to get a better chin strap for that kid.
Well, it's all about the tightness. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. It's the tightness of the helmet, making it secure. And that's gotta happen, because guys like that can't afford to come off the field for those type of things. They've got to be on the field every single play. So
that's a phenomenon of the last few years.
Yes,
that just never used to happen. So unless somebody ripped it off your head. 2nd and 10 here. Quick pass on the slant is caught. He makes a man miss, but falls down in the attempt, and it's going to be a little bit short of the first down. About a yard, it looks like.
God, we just didn't jump that slant fast enough, man. That was 2-on-2 down here, and you'd like to have that safety just jump that a little bit quicker.
3rd down and a yard here. We got.
I got 3 guys signaling as well. Coaches in their signals.
R.J. Young got 4 wide receivers, 2x2. Quarterback's just going to keep it. Follow the lead. Tigers hit it at the point, but he breaks free. Going to end up with a gain up to the 41-yard line, 10 yards for a first down.
We've got 2 linebackers that are engaged and then get driven to the ground. So one of 2 things are happening. They're either getting held, or we're not doing a good job of blow delivery to get those blockers off of us, because both of our linebackers are on the ground behind the play. Those kind of things, and that's basically why that play.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's how you turn a 1-yard gain into a 10-yard gain, right?
Yeah.
So here we go, first down from the 41. Going to be a direct snap and keep. Tigers turn that back around. Bush grabs him and turns him around, and will be stopped for a 1-yard loss on the play back to the 40.
Great job coming off the ball, avoiding that block, and then being able to redirect and make sure his arm's out there to at least slow him down. And then we had a good job with our other members of the defensive front coming in and creating a stacked-up area where that running back is not going anywhere.
So it's going to be 2nd down and 11. R.J. Young still in at quarterback. You got R.J. Galbert is the running back. Lined up to the left. Going to hand it off inside again. Room inside. Lewis again makes a tackle and his helmet pops off. And he goes down to the 49, a gain of 9. It's going to be 2 yards short of a first down. It's going to be another 3rd, and they're going to go fast.
And that was just a lead.
And they hand off again. He breaks the initial contact. We'll have first down, but there's a flag on the play. Looks like a hold.
I think we have finally noticed that they're cheating. And we need to say, hey, there's a reason why our guys aren't able to get outside and make a play.
So big 3rd down here, penalty. Again, both teams doing themselves some damage at different times.
Yes. This 3rd and long is vital right now with 6:36 left here in the second quarter. It's a great opportunity for the Tiger defense to come through and make them punt the ball and get the ball back, because we had some energy, we had some positive things going on offensively that I think we can build on and be able to move the football.
Coach Rogers, see him on camera calling defense. It's going to be 3rd and 12 here. Going to have a 3-by-1 set. Young, the quarterback. Drops back to pass, looking down the field. Pressure from the Tigers. He steps up, gets rid of the ball down the middle, down to the post. And it's, Betts was able to knock it down. Almost
goodness.
underplayed it, but he got there and caught it at his highest point, was able to knock it down, so forces a fourth down.
He jumped. The ball is still coming down, and it's not close to him, and he's already jumped. And I thought he had jumped too soon, and they were going to be able to make a catch, but he stayed up. He Michael Jordaned it. He stayed up enough to be able to distract the receiver. That's a great play right there. We almost had him at the line in the backfield there, but DB's making plays. That's where it's at.
So there's the snap. Quick, Tigers almost block it. Short kick.
Get away.
Bounces for the Lions, though. It's going to bounce toward the Tiger end zone. Going to go down to the 31. Tigers will take over there. And, again, we got to find a way to get an offensive drive without making ourselves go backwards every time we make a good play.
Boy, we sure do. And we had found the piece that was making a difference, and that's the quarterback read off the zone, and that was a very successful play for us. So hopefully that'll slow down some of that outside action there from the outside linebackers, because you're going to put outside linebackers out there that can run, that can cover, and then that are aggressive and physical and can come up and make plays. So those outside backers are guys we need to be able to control a little bit.
Yeah, Lewis is really the one that unlocked that key.
Yes.
On the key. But Jabraylon Jones is in. He hasn't really gotten that aggressive read yet as a young player, and so he's got the athleticism to do it. And so it'll help his running back if he keeps a few of those. And he hands off to Brown. Straight handoff, and the ball's on the ground. I think he was down, but the ball is on the ground, still on the ground.
It is not going to be
picked up by Waco.
He is not going to be down. The head linesman on our side right there threw his beanbag out. He didn't stop the play. He just saw it and then threw his beanbag out.
We got a replay here in the booth. Oh, it's out. It was out. It just thought it looked like he was down on his knees, but it was out. And so back-to-back fumbles here for the Tigers, and gives Waco a great chance here with 5:45 to go to take a 2-score lead into halftime.
Now we turn it back over to the defense, and they just need to reassert themselves right here. They had a good series. They just came off the field with a good series. Now they just need to put it together and come together as a unit right there and make things happen. Take pride in the fact that, hey, it's our turn now. Let's go ahead and show them what we got.
Well, I'm going to need a good effort here from the defense to keep them out. So it's going to be first down now for the Lions at their 21-yard, our 21-yard line, of the Tigers. So R.J. Young calling for the ball. He hands it off to Mason Smith. He takes it up the middle. A little bit of room there, but about 3 yards.
They're body on body right there. They've got a 3-blocker side to our defensive left side. They've got a tight slot like a fullback guy there, and they got offensive linemen rotating in, and those guys are physically big men, 260 to 280 size, and they're just getting bodies, and they're giving the running back a chance to find his spot, and 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Here we are, second down.
So here was the handoff. Going to move it up to about the 25-yard line, or the 15-yard line. So it's going to bring up a third down. Going to mark it maybe at the 16.
Yep.
So that's going to be, 4 or 5 to go? Yeah.
Body on a body. We're not getting off those blocks. We're just waiting until the ball gets to us, and then we're falling off and grabbing hold. We've got to get some physical contact, get those blockers off us. There we go.
Left side. He falls down, and there's a flag.
There's a flag.
Hernandez with the pressure from the inside.
They got a little speed in there with Hernandez down on the line. These are big guys, and we've got some big defensive linemen, so now we're changing it up defensively with Hernandez down there. He's beating the block, and they make the call.
T. Lee Thomas in the line.
Holding, offense, number 52. 10-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Oh, man, I don't think I'm taking that one, Coach. That's a loss on the play and gets you to 4th down. Tigers going to take the 10 yards. I don't know if you picked up enough yards there to make a difference. That's about a 5-yard difference, maybe. I'm taking it down, but they really haven't been explosive, so.
No, they haven't. Knock on wood as we knock on wood here. With the Michael.
It's going to be 3rd and 15. going to be rolling back or going out. Man's wide open. It's going to be going to have the first down. He breaks the tackle. He's going to be down at the 1 yard line. Man, he was uncovered out there.
Really was.
That's number 17. That is Whitaker on that reception. Ball's going to be spotted at the 1 yard line. It's going to be first and goal for the line.
That was the only threat out there. He's able to just play throw and catch out. And then we miss a couple of tackles, and thank goodness we push him out there around the one. I really felt like Escamilla got held right there in front of the quarterback.
When you're holding every play, sometimes you don't feel like calling it every play, right?
Yeah, and until you get away from them, they're not going to see that as a play.
There's the first
Touchdown, number 42, Mason Smith.
That's Mason Smith, who will have another touchdown. And again, fumbles come back to get the Tigers there as they give up another. So they're 2 scores down.
With 4:07 left here in the second quarter. You know, the offensive line's got good size. They're shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, and they're working in unison. And that ability to work in unison and just having a push.
It's a bad snap. Tigers will get them down. Ball's down. Oh, we should have picked
Ball is dead. Extra point is no good. Score now reads Waco High Lions 13. Washington County Tigers 0.
So it's 13-0. Tigers with 4-7. They got time to go in and get a score here before half. And man, that's so important for Coach Dinky Lewis's offense, I think, right here. If they could get something sustained, go in and get this score before half, and then get the ball, start the second half, kind of flip this game back, get it back to an even game, and go forward.
You know, you've got to be able to run your stuff. You can't be tricky. You can't have little nuances about what you're doing base-wise, your base runs that you've got, base passes that you got, and the things that you came in and planned for. I'm sure they had a set number of plays that they were going to try to work and call in this half, and then in the second half they'll have some others that play off of what they've established already. They've got to be able to establish those plays that they've worked on all week long in preparation for tonight. And they've got to do a better job of communicating. They've got to be more physical on the offensive front. And they've got to hold on to the ball a little bit better too. But they're capable. We are capable of moving the ball and putting it in the end zone. We just need to set our mind right, get honed in, locked in, and let's go get the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, Mason Smith, 11 carries for 43 yards. Mark Brown, 9 for 46. That's your 2 leading ball carriers in the game so far. Thank you, Tom. There's a high kick, going to be caught at the 25. Tigers drop it, pick it up, got a chance to return it. If he can get to the middle, he's got really nice. He's got 1 man to beat, and he is tackled there.
Number 21 on return, that's Walker.
21.
Ball's going to be spiked all the way back out to the 43-yard line. It'll be first and 10 for the Tigers.
Tigers have the
Get
ball.
on the fence at number 20, Kelly.
And see if they can do something with this field position.
Well, take advantage of it. They've got 57 yards to go to put the ball in the end zone and 3 minutes and 58 seconds to do it. So let's move the ball down the field. Let's establish a good. There's not a lot of panic. You don't have to do this fast, but let's get it going. Develop some kind of rhythm and momentum there. We just don't have momentum. We had the momentum, and then a penalty kills it. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah, you've had it several times, and you've given it back with penalties, and then with a couple of turnovers. So right now, the Tigers have to be prepared. They're in 2 tight end set. Got a pistol formation, fakes the handoff. Got a man going down the seam, going to throw it outside, and he was pretty well covered. I thought the seam route with
Pass
Taylor,
is intended for number 5,
which
Ruiz.
again,
Ball
the wide
is
receiver playing tight end right there, might have had
Bring
a
up
shot.
second down.
We didn't have them beat. The corner was over the top of us, and the quarterback is dropping back, and since it hadn't been strongly established that we pretty much own the offensive line, he just knows that guy's got to be there, and I'm going to let it rip. So,
And again, he let it rip long, so as to not get in trouble. So.
yes.
So it's 2nd and 10. Tigers go for a long one on first down. They're going to hand it off. He's got a little room there. Pushes the pile forward, continuing to push the pile forward. Up near midfield. Going to be just short of about the 49, it looks like. pick up about 5.5 to 6. So it brings up a 3rd and 4 right here. Again, as long as we can do something not to go backwards here,
Yes.
you're in a decent situation here to try to get this first down.
Sounds good. And there's time. It's not a rush. Let's just make it happen.
Quick throw right here to Ruiz, and he's blown up. We don't get the blocks on him. And lucky that didn't go the other way.
Well, and, as a receiver, you can see the poor guy going back, and, oh, man, I'm sorry about that, So you got to block.
And they're sitting on that route.
They are.
We've tried to throw it 3 times now and haven't completed it yet. And so, again, we're going to have to throw the ball at some point.
Eventually, all right, so just like we talked about last week with Cleveland, they're throwing short, and then they end up throwing it deep and converting on that. That's the same thing that we're going to come back and do. We'll see it.
Escamilla into punt. Lefty gets it off. Good punt.
Yes.
And it's caught. And he breaks the initial tackle. Now he's got room. He's at the 40. Going down the left side. He's got a lot of room. 40 on our side. 30. He cuts it back in. He's going to go all the way. I don't see any flags. It will be a touchdown return. I believe that's Chase Rhines for the Lions with the punt return for a touchdown.
80-yarder from where he caught the ball, roughly around the 20, if I'm not mistaken. But that's going to be an 80-yard punt return. We had guys right there, so for whatever reason, we just got tripped up, mixed up, and didn't have our feet, and we weren't able to get him down. But after that, Escamilla is a great defensive player, but he just doesn't have the speed that –
Yeah, he's the lineman.
He's a lineman. He's a defensive end, so he just doesn't have the speed that Ibanez has, and we'd have had a chance there. But he was there. They just had guys in front making blocks. So just can't do it all by yourself right there in that situation.
Well, and it's one of those, you got a guy right there, and he just misses the play. And again, great job. He caught it on the run, had his speed built up, and made a great move. And they are going to kick. It appears they're going to try to kick the extra point here, up 19-0. A team that went shut out last week has scored 19 points in the first half. And they moved, and the snap was high, so that might have been a 2 the other way if we could have beat them to the ball. But
I feel like that's going to happen if we get some kind of snap like that or bobble after the last one, and us being so close to it. I think our guys now mentally, once they see it on the ground, they're going to be up and trying to get it and take off with it. So
changing snappers here, by the way.
Yeah, coach is sick and tired of that. He's fed up with it.
So going to be 5 yards further back for the extra point. Kick is up. Not a great kick, but enough to get over the bar for a PAT is good, so it takes it to 20.
That's disappointing.
It's a bad sequence right there.
It really is, and we've got 3 minutes and 6 seconds left in the quarter.
So you still have time.
You still have time, and you put some points. You put 7 on the board. You're just a couple of scores down, and we're capable of putting the ball in the end zone and establishing an offensive, momentum that we've had before. We did it last week. There's no reason for us not to do it now. We'll just see.
Yeah.
We'll just see.
Yeah, offensive mistakes have been the killer. Again, I think the defensive mistakes we had, the face mask on that first drive on the sack, that's an effort play. I don't, that's not like you just go out and make a bonehead play. And then the other was just the rule situation that not really being aware of or forgetting that you got to put your hand down, whatever it was. And then offensively, we've had lots of movement penalties, had a holding penalty downfield after what would have been a 1st and goal, and then a couple of fumbles, and then, special teams gaff here on the punt return.
That was big.
So there's a short kick again over to about the 20. Again dropped by the Tigers, and this time it goes out of bounds. And same 21 over there is Xavion Walker, who had a good return last time, but has not been able to field that ball clean yet.
No, and, we would not be surprised if they ended up subbing somebody in for him. That's the second time that's happened. And he's there for a reason. They put him there because in practice, I'm sure he feels everything.
Yeah,
He's catching it. That's why he's there. That's the area that you teach your kicker to pooch it to. But to counter that, you put somebody in there that can catch the ball and run with it and return it.
All right, Lewis is in the game along with Evans at running back. So Lewis is going to keep it. He's got a little seam, but it closes down quickly, and takes a pretty good lick, but he pops right up. Helmet stays on.
Yes.
Gets to the 28-yard line.
Trying to see who ended up. I think that was a linebacker that made that play there. Yeah. We didn't get to the second level to make that. If we get to the second level and block that Mike linebacker, Lewis is gone.
He hits the hole.
He does.
He does not sit back.
He does.
Right now you're looking at, you got your two best players on defense, or two of your best players on defense have to be your two best playmakers on offense. So that's a tough spot to be in. Time you're going to hand it off to Evans. He's got a little room. Makes a man miss. Going to get past the 40-yard line. Tigers will have a first down.
There we go. We got 2:14 on the clock. It'll wind once the chains are set. Nice run. Nice play. Got some momentum going.
2:10 to go and counting. So, again, you got Lewis in the game. The threat of his running, when you do hand it off, helps create some space for your running back.
Yes.
So it's first down here from the 41, your own 41, trying to make something happen for half. A little bubble pass again. This time it's caught. C.J. Davis makes a man miss. Got a good block from Taylor out there, going to pick up 4 yards on the play, and I believe that's the first pass completion of the game for the Tigers.
And nice throw and catch. Great job by the other two receivers out there making the block, and just great execution. 4 yards, we'll take it. But just great execution. That's great to see that they're capable of getting that play down and making it happen.
So Lewis still in at quarterback. It is second down and 6. Again, senior. Played quarterback as a freshman. Really hadn't played much since. And going to be a keep right here. He does make some guys miss. He gets past the 50. He's going to be right at the marker. Should give it to him at the 49, and they do.
Good deal. No communication whatsoever. The center snapped the ball, and he was the puller evidently, but there was no communication to pick up that blitzer, and that was all Lewis is doing. I mean, he changed the play and found the opening and took off and made a play right there.
Mark Brown in the game at running back. Trips to the right. Single receiver out to the left. First and 10. Inside 45 seconds. Clock's running. Got to get going here. First down. Dropping back to pass. Going to swing it out to Brown. Got him open. He makes a man. Fumble again. The ball's on the ground. This time Waco is picking it up.
They picked it up.
And that will kill this drive with 31 seconds. Is a good tackle. He put his hat right on the ball there and popped it out.
Just like you taught in the old days, how you put your face on the football right there. So very unfortunate situation right there. But they can't hang their heads. They've got to get their heads back up, because there's 27 seconds left that they've got a job defensively to do, and to make sure that we keep the score 20-0 going into the halftime.
Yeah, if you're the Lions, you got to just take a knee here and be happy to going up 20, don't you?
If I got handled the way I got handled the week previous, we're running the ball. We're
trying
doing
to pop
something.
one.
Yeah, we're doing something. We are. Because quite frankly, I feel pretty good about where we are in this game and what we're doing offensively and defensively and how we've established ourselves.
Well, they got 4 wide, 1 running back. Running back's lined up to the left. He's on the trip side, dropping back to pass, looking backside, goes down the field. Man turns and look. Good defense right there. I believe that is that Mark Brown.
That Mark is in, yep.
Yeah, he got in his hip pocket, read his eyes, turned his head around, got in, knocked the ball away. That's good defense.
Waco feels good. You see it right there. They're going to go from a doubles look. And
it's a low-risk pass.
Sure.
They're not throwing it in traffic. They're throwing it down the field. So.
And you're throwing it to the guy that's going to make that catch.
Second down and 10 here with 19 seconds to go. Checking the sideline for all the signals coming in.
Dang, they had 4 guys doing it that time?
I'm telling you.
The guy with the red hat turned backwards, just wanted to be a part of it.
So there's a handoff inside. He's got room. Be brought down short of the marker, so the clock will continue to run unless they stop it. Inside 10.
How you going to let it run?
Let it go. 7, 6, 5.
Yep. That's it.
I heard the PA man calling it before they hit 0, but that is going to be the end of the first half. It is 20-0. We're going to take a break here, and we'll have the video out on the field for the home team. Whoa, timeout. We got 1 second. Waco, oh my goodness, their whole team ran off the field. Called a timeout with 1 second left.
Really?
Yes.
They go from getting their team and they sent their kids in.
Yeah, somebody called timeout that coach didn't know was calling timeout. So it'll be third down. One last play here. Number 77 got a long talking to there from the umpire.
Because he's cheating.
He's been holding a lot tonight.
He has. And he probably told the old fella, look, if you don't get your hands off of him, I'm going to call holding on you.
Now your buddy next from last week, number 74, I had some folks come up to me and ask about him and say they were upset with the way he was playing the game. So I said, well, Richie had him called. He picked it out early. So
yeah, right from the start, you could tell. You can see those guys.
Tigers are playing prevent way back, so going to drop back to pass. It's going to be a screen. So we got a tackle, rally and tackle right here. And they do. Come up and get him on the ground, and that will do it. So that will be the end of the first half officially now, 20-0. We will take a break right here. We'll be on mute in here. We'll have cameras on and the field mic on so you can listen to the band and watch the Calicos. And then after our group performs, then we'll come back with Clint Roddy, athletic director, and kind of talk about what's going on in his world. And back with more. It's 20-0 as we go to half. And enjoy the Calicos and the Tiger band. We'll be back after this.
Give us just about a minute to get lined up, and then we will start. Coach Love, we ready? Okay, I'll hold till you give me the wave. Our first inductee into the Waco ISD Hall of Fame is Charles Bell Jr. Charles Bell was a 3-year letterman in football and track from 84 to 86 at Richfield High School. During Bell's senior season, he played running back, defensive back, and kick returner. Richfield finished with a record of 10-3, winning District 6-4A North, defeating Dallas Madison in the bi-district playoffs, and eventually losing to the defending state champion, Denison Yellow Jackets. Bell capped off his senior season by being selected to the Waco Tribune Herald Super Syntax team in 1985. Charles was an all-district in 85 and 86. First team all-state defensive back in 85. Texas football top 30 in 85 and 86. He was selected to Max Empfinger's super team and selected to play in the 1986 Texas High School Coaches Association State All-Star Game. Charles excelled in track and finished third at the regional track meet as a sophomore in the 300-meter hurdles in 1984. Then went on to win back-to-back state titles his junior and senior years of 85 and 86. He was selected to the 1986 All-American team by Track and Field News and ranked as the number 2 in the nation as a 300-meter hurdler. Bell attended Baylor University from 1986 to 1990, where he played defensive back. He was an All-Southwest Conference selection and played in the 1991 Hula Bowl before being selected in the NFL draft by the Washington Redskins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Charles Bell Jr. to the Waco ISD Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Charles Bell. And now for our second inductee. Our second inductee is Coach Vernon Hicks. Vernon Hicks began life as an A.J. Moore Lion in the 1940s and graduated in 1943. He played all sports and went on to quarterback, run track, play tennis, and baseball for Wiley College. He was considered the most outstanding athlete in the Southwest Conference and the most versatile in the history of Wiley College. Coach Hicks returned to A.J. Moore in 1951 as an assistant football coach and head baseball coach. The years that followed saw a very successful baseball program established. From 1950 to 1955, the Lions played not in an organized league. They accumulated a record of 92 victories and 9 losses. A.J. Moore began playing baseball in the Prairie View Interscholastic League in 1956. The Lions won 8 straight titles from 1956 to 1964 and 2 more district titles in 1965 and 1967. The Lions won 8 state championships from 1957 to 1967. From 1968 to 1973, the Lions won 3 district titles and 2 by-district titles. Coach Hicks' career record was 305 wins against only 97 losses, and he had 7 players sign professional baseball contracts. Coach Hicks was honored as the Coach of the Year in 1964 and inducted into the Prairie League Coaches Association Hall of Honor in 1989. Vernon Hicks was beloved by his players and also served the Waco Independent School District for 25 years as a coach, 7 years as coordinator of boys athletics, and 3 years as an assistant athletic director. Coach Hicks is represented tonight by his daughter Sheila Hicks Blanton and Vernon Hicks Bailey. Congratulations, Coach Vernon Hicks and A.J. Moore Lions.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I direct your attention to the sideline opposite of the press box. Corsicana Independent School District is proud to present the award-winning Calicoes Dance Team. All-American officers from left to right are Senior Lieutenant Ayana Wilson, Senior Lieutenant Abby Walthall, Senior Lieutenant Cassandra Hernandez, Senior Lieutenant Jemiah Willis, Senior Lieutenant Tamia Jackson, Senior Lieutenant Caslin Thomas, and your captain, Senior Elisa Sanchez. officers for the dance team are Junior Riley Dunn, Junior Cadence Hisstand, Junior Jaden Jones, Junior Whitney Otto, Senior Kiana Dobbins, Senior Eline Solis, and Senior Head Social Officer Kaylin Thomas. The Spirit Girl of the Week is Brisa Reynoso. The Dancer of the Week is Miesha Reinhardt. The Calicos are under the direction of Brittany Lassiter, Elizabeth Talley, and Sonia Rojas. Tonight, the Calicos are performing a show-stopping high kick routine to Hand Clap. The Calicos would like to thank their standing ovation and encore boot factory, Custom Tees, Marvin Brown, Brinson Ford Lincoln, Bowling Express Care, McKee Lumber Company, Keep Green People, Hometown Medical Associates, Greenworks Printing, Corsicana Oral and Facial Surgery, Dusty's Landscape and Fence Company, Watkins Construction Company, Eagle Auto, Bottle Cap Alley, Winners All Partners, New History Floors and Cleaning Service, Mary May, Royal Title, LLC, and Griffin Roughton Funeral Home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field the Corsicana Tiger Marching Band. Tonight, the band will be performing part of the UIL program entitled 13, which depicts a retelling of the Apollo 13 space mission. Drum majors for the band are Marissa Flores, Deshaun Lloyd, Angie Ferrelis, and Cassidy Coleman. The Tiger Band is under the direction of Ricky Hinton, Nathan Williams, Michael Ballou, Billy Murray, Nicholas Smith, and Chloe Messersmith. Sit back and enjoy the showcase of spirit and pride. The Corsicana Tiger Marching Band.
Ignition sequence has started. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
section of the week is All of the Brass. Thank you for going the extra mile. Band members of the week are Ileana Cruz, Antonio Garcia, Lorena Velasquez, and Linda Najera. The Tiger Band would like to thank Superintendent Stephanie Howell, the CISD School Board, and the CHS Administration. Thank you for all of your support. Please give another round of applause for the Corsicana Tiger Band, CBT.
All right, welcome back here to halftime. Joined now by Clint Roddy, athletic director. I'm sure you got some other kind of title, but we'll call you the athletic director.
That works for me.
So, anyway, you got a big win last week in football, Coach. It was nice to see your coach and his staff get off on a good foot.
Absolutely. What a start. Tremendous start to the season. We had a great crowd. It was awesome to see all the guys come back off your team and others. That was just fun to watch and be a part of and enjoy with you guys. And then to top it off with a victory and Coach Rogers' debut, it was a special night.
Well, why don't you talk a little bit about what you've seen from Coach Rogers and the way he's running the program and what he's trying to build, what you see as an administrative side of that. What is exciting you about what he's bringing to you?
Well, the guys are working hard. There's a lot of energy. I don't think we're trying to take any shortcuts, trying to, like you said, build it piece by piece and stack those pieces together and build it for the long haul. Coach obviously has a vested interest in the program, and I think he's taking pride in that. But it's been fun to watch him and the staff try to go make this thing happen.
Well, talk about some of the other things you got going on. Obviously, it's fall season for everything, so you got a lot of balls up in the air.
Yeah, it's been a great fall so far. Team tennis is off to a rip-roaring start. They've played a very strong non-district schedule against state-ranked teams from all over the place, big 6A programs, and done super well. Teams like Flower Mound Marcus, Highland Park, just to name a few. They're in district action now. They whipped Midlothian Heritage on Tuesday. I left to go to volleyball before it was over, but I think when I left it was 9-1.
Wow.
Which 10 is the magic number.
And you would think that that's a team that would probably be one of your tougher competition in the district.
Absolutely. So that's outstanding. Chad Wise doing an excellent job. They'll travel tomorrow to Flower Mound to get a tune-up match. We've played Flower Mound earlier this season. I think we came up a tad bit short. I think they're state ranked in 6A, but I think it was super close. So they're going to go up there and get tuned up for Tuesday, which we play Kaufman.
I think you can, excuse me, you can always tell how a coach feels about his program when his non-district schedule, when they're scheduling, really, really good teams in 5A and then we're reaching out into the 6A ranks to challenge your squad.
Absolutely. And he thinks that Kaufman's going to be the main competition of the district schedule. We'll catch them on Tuesday. And, watch out for this group. I mean, we've had strong regional representation the past few years, but, we think we got a chance to maybe bounce out of that regional down the road. Don't want to take anything for granted, but he's got some really strong players, boys and girls, so that's exciting.
Yeah, and that's the deal. And the thing in the fall, and if you don't understand team tennis, it's about your total score, just like any competition. So in the spring, you can have one really good player or one really good doubles team that can flash through and win. Whereas in the fall, it's 1 through 10 or whatever the rankings are.
Singles, doubles, mixed doubles.
Yep.
So it's really neat to watch. You've got to be strong top to bottom, and the stronger you are, the better you're going to be.
Well, what else you got going? I know you got some volleyball action,
Yeah,
right?
we're much improved in volleyball. Jade Strother, head coach, is doing a great job. We got some mix of young kids and older kids. Lost a tough one to Cedar Hill 6A program on Tuesday night. Team played well. They'll be in action tomorrow at West Mesquite, and then they'll come back home Tuesday against Rice. So everybody come out and check out the Lady Tiger volleyball team.
How close are they to kicking off district?
They're getting there. I believe it'll be the week after next.
Okay. So about the same time that the football team gets ready to kick it off then.
Thereabouts. But they'll probably be a little bit ahead. But, we like our chances in the district schedule. Who knows, we may be able to sneak in there.
Well, that's good. That's exciting stuff there for them. And anything else going on in your world?
No, we're running cross country and getting this football thing going. We'll be back at home Friday night against Hallsville on the 13th, 7 o'clock kickoff, Community National Bank and Trust Stadium.
Thank you.
And, and I just want to give a shout-out to you guys. I received so many compliments this week about the broadcast, the overlaid with the video, and just kudos to Adam Walthall and you, Rusty, for y'all's leadership on making this transition. It's been phenomenal. I don't know if you've gotten a lot of feedback about it, but I certainly have.
Yeah, I think the only complaint is he shows me too much on camera, right? So, no, but again, we just show up and talk. That's no big deal. Adam and his crew, what they've done, again, the quality each year, and again, this is the 4th year we've done it, and just going back and watching some of those old games, because you can watch them all; they're still out there. But watching that, and each year you can tell the production quality gets better, and as I said earlier, Adam gets new toys.
Yeah.
And you see what he does, and he puts them to good use. So
yeah, well, he's I tell everybody, he's the MVP.
He's the guru, for sure. Well, it's exciting time of year, and, we're down 20 here at halftime, but I think a lot of that is self-inflicted. We can correct a lot of that.
I think so. We got a puncher's chance to come back in this thing. We've made some mistakes, so if we can eliminate those mistakes in the second half and maybe get a quick score or turnover, something along those lines, we can get right back in it. But, this is the reason why you play these non-district games. And as a coach, I wanted a non-district game, something to happen adversity-wise where – when you get into the district schedule and something doesn't go your way, it's not the first time it happens. I'm sure they've been in there at halftime discussing and making adjustments. And so, that's why you play these non-district games.
It is. And, it's one of those things. Waco's big. They don't have a lot of numbers, but they got some big kids, so it's a good challenge for our guys to have to go up against some of that size.
I think it's a great matchup. I'm glad we're playing them. What a beautiful venue. It's close. It's easy to get over for our fans. So, tremendous stadium and, fair matchup. And, I think without the turnovers and penalties and things, and, it could be a different story in the first half.
Yeah, one of my favorite venues to do a game. Right here you're fairly close to the field. You can see great, and it's comfortable.
Absolutely.
And the air conditioner's working pretty good over here. So, we started at 7:30, which is the old time we used to start, but really to kind of get through that, because we had, I don't know how many times they restarted that clock today, about 3 or 4, but to get it off within that length of time, I thought was pretty good.
Absolutely. We met coaches and officials and assistant AD and myself at the end of the lightning delay, and no one was more thrilled than I was when they came up with a 7:30 time, because I was really thinking more minimum 7:45, maybe closer to 8.
Yeah, they really had to cut short the warm-ups, their whole pregame routine, and coaches hate to change any kind of routine, but they adapted here, and we've got to get a chance here in the second half. We're going to get the ball to start, and we need to make something happen right off the bat.
Yeah, so I think it's important to come out and strong, punch one in, and then who knows? You never know what can happen.
Okay, well, we appreciate you stopping by as always, Clint.
Always.
Got lots of good stuff going on in your programs, and a lot to look forward to.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys next week.
All right, Clint Roddy, Athletic Director, Corsicana Tigers. and he is appreciates him stopping by as always, as he's kind enough to do during the games. And we've got about almost 3 minutes on the clock, down to about 2:45 now. So we will have the second half kickoff coming up. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back here right for the second half kickoff coming up after this.
Drum majors for the Lion Pride Band are George Nunez, Daniela Mercado, and Annalise Galan. The Lion Pride Band would like to thank you for your attention and support this evening. A special shout out to our amazing band parents. You rock. The band would especially like to thank the Waco ISD School Board, Superintendent Dr. Susan Kincannon, Principal Joseph Alexander, Fine Arts Director Larry Carpenter, and Administrative Assistant Susan Ramone for their unwavering commitment to the arts in our district. Let's hear it one more time for the Waco High School Lion Pride Band.
All right, we are back here. We got Richie Contreras got a great story he's going to tell us a little bit here, talking to Coach Keltner, right? Philip Keltner.
Philip Keltner called me roughly about, I'd say 4:30-ish, maybe, something to that effect. And by the way, let's keep him in our prayers. He's going through some health issues there, so keep Coach Keltner in your prayers there. But he two stories. Story number one. Waco ISD inducted a man by the name of Charles Bell into their Waco ISD Hall of Fame. Charles played at Waco Riker. He was a sophomore when Philip Keltner was a sophomore. And, of course, Charles was already on the varsity, as Philip tells me. He said, I was one of those JV guys that gets brought up for playoffs.
Tackling dummy.
Tackling dummy.
Well, we've been there. So.
And he said, I actually got an R on my helmet, so I felt like I was something. And Troy Cox was a senior. I hired Troy to be a part of our transportation department 3-4 years ago. He was a Waco Riker Ram. And those Steve Murph, guy we went to school with.
83 guy.
Yeah, he moved and was Waco Riker. Anyway, they came to Corsicana. Charles Bell was a sophomore, went on to do great things, played at Baylor, drafted by the Redskins, all super syntax. He said, but the Corsicana Tigers put it to us 21-7. He said the score was close, but in all reality, it really wasn't that close. And I want to say, of course, that's a year after we graduated. I want to say that was Bill Jones's junior year and he's coming out. And I think Bill had a heck of a day, and they felt what Bill Jones is all about.
Yeah, there weren't many games that weren't a heck of a day for Bill.
No, and Bill's sending this video of he's at the Chiefs game. Yeah. So anyway, now story number two. Waco ISD Stadium, and this is a rumor, and Coach Keltner told me, he said, Richie, this was a rumor that went around in Waco when they built this Waco ISD Stadium, but Alex Williams was on the Waco ISD school board, and he pushed and continued to keep the idea of building a new stadium and building something to this effect to have an impact on Waco ISD. He was the one that just continually stayed on this. So once it was built, rumor had it that they were going to name this the Alex Williams Stadium, but they didn't. They kept it Waco ISD. Alex Williams, of course, was a great coach with Jackson High.
Yep.
We honored the 68 football team while I was still AD there. and gave them an opportunity to be recognized by our community. Great piece, and he was a heck of a assistant principal, boy, and he'd let you have it. And you people that are watching and know or listening to us, you know what Coach Williams is all about.
Yeah, Raymond said that you should be talking about Richfield, not Riker. So.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, thanks. Yeah, my bad.
There's the kickoff for the second half. Short kick to our side, caught and run out of bounds right there at the that's C.J. Davis with the catch, but he caught it on the sideline. Goes out of bounds at the 32. Tigers will take over with okay field position.
Yeah, we'll take what we can get. We've got the ball to start the second half, so let's assert ourselves here. Let's utilize those adjustments the coaches have made. Let's refocus ourselves.
Yes.
Let's get that first half is over with. We've got a great second half that we're ready to play. Thanks, Raymond, for the Riker Richfield deal.
Yeah,
Good
Riker's
gosh.
private school over here. Okay, Jamarian Lewis is going to be the quarterback. Evans is going to be the running back. 2-by-2 set. Snap. He's going to be a quarterback sweep coming to the right side. Lewis gets a little bit. He's going to get about 3 up to the 34-yard line. Just a straight quarterback sweep right there.
Still got to work to get to that second level. Linebackers making a play, and we're just not getting off those double teams and working together to get off a man and to bump our offensive lineman upfield to at least get a body or knock that linebacker off track. Because if we can do that, then it's one-on-one with the safety, and we've got a great opportunity to bust something.
So 2nd down and 7 right now. I'm going to hand off to Evans. He makes an initial man miss, gets some yards, but there's a flag on the play.
Good.
And it might be a sideline warning here.
I love it.
Does move them back, and that was a sideline warning.
Initially, I'm thinking, what is he calling a hold on us? We didn't hold anybody.
That's a long way to throw a holding call, and so it wasn't. So it's gain of 3 on the play. So we got 3rd and 4. Okay, in the first half, we're throwing bubbles right here on these 3rd and 4s.
Yes.
Let's see if we adjust with Lewis. Maybe just let him keep a ball. What do you think?
Yeah, let him ride the back and just read and see what's open, keep it, and go. Maybe he can get it backside over here. There's no outside support.
Box is pretty empty, and that's what they do. And he's going to come back to the right side. He's got one man to beat, and he does make him miss. He will have the first down and continues to push the pile. And, again, great individual effort.
Love the play. We tried to run that play in the first half, and we didn't pick up a blitzing linebacker, no communication, so the play went nowhere. Great time to run the play, no little bubble out there. But as the lineman pulled, he's got to have full vision and see that single linebacker there and just stop and get your big body in front of him because we got the speed to take care of the rest.
Just shield him sometimes,
yes,
right? Just get in the way.
That's all you got to do. Make him run underneath you, because we're going to end up getting outside.
Well, we got trips over the left side. Got a solo receiver down here on our side. Got back is on the right side of the quarterback. Got a whistle.
Game, offense, number 2, 5-yard penalty.
We ran the clock out. I wasn't watching the clock. It is delay a game.
Well, we're not assuming that we're going to be in that situation, but the ball's on the Waco side of the field for those of you that are not watching and just listening. So it's opposite, and we've got to run 50 yards to get the play call.
So we're going to throw a bubble out there, and again, blown up. Do not get the block. And the inside receiver, is that Ruiz? No, it's not Pete. Maybe C.J. Davis over there. It is C.J. Davis was blown up. Lucky to hang on to the ball. And first thing it hit was
his big numbers.
His big number on the back.
His big numbers.
So Tigers will lose some yardage on the play. It's going to be 2nd and 18. So you lose 3 after giving up 5 on the delay penalty. So it's going to be 2nd and big here, 2nd and 18. We're not really built for this. Going to have to come up with a big play. And so going to be a quarterback sweep coming this way. And again, good job not by the defense, not giving up anything too big. He got good yardage, but still going to be 3rd and very long.
12. 3rd and very long, and it's a weird-looking play because the running back runs toward the line of scrimmage and then gets outside instead of just leading outside so that the quarterback that's carrying the ball can get on that outside hip and have a body in front of him, and then he can utilize that body as a shield, and he can manipulate him with his hand, push him into somebody, or be able to bounce off of him. But it's just a weird look, and I don't think we get out there to block well enough.
3rd and 12. There's a handoff to Evans up the middle. He's going to get some yards up to midfield, so it would bring up about 7 on 4th down.
And we're going to punt the ball. They're bringing the punt team out.
And, with the Banyas back there, we saw his athleticism, and that was a fake that he ended up running the other day.
Really?
It was just a bad snap that blew it up.
Okay.
But it kind of kills some of your ability to do something right here to try and come up with a gimmick. So
yeah, it
Escamilla,
does.
and then we got to kick it away from this guy because he had a great return his last time out for a touchdown. Tight formation. He does kick it away. Good job. Kicks it on the hash, and it bounces, comes back in. Tigers got a chance to really put them down at the 1, and they do. Inside the 1, really. So a great punt by Escamilla.
Fantastic punt by Escamilla. He's done a great job today.
He has.
Coming in and, being this is his first varsity game this year that he's had to step in and back up and be the punter. He's done a fantastic job. He's gotten the ball down the field. His ball is rolling end over end, and it's hit very well, and that was a great example of it. And then the coverage piece of it was right there, and our guys did a great job. We had one that got his heels right there at the goal line while another one came up and stopped it. So great execution by both of the Tiger players there to put the ball there inside at the 1 yard line. But now, defense, let's go.
Get after them, right?
Let's go.
So here we go. This is like the new quarterback in the game. This is number 1. Lil Stephen Lloyd back at the court. No, he's going to be at running back. R.J. Young still the quarterback. They still have 3 wide receivers. Going to check with me on the sideline. 3, 2. I guess you can't get much of a delay here. Not going to go back very much.
No, you're going to go back a half a yard. And maybe coach is just wanting to see the defense. Not sure. That's the only reason I would see him wanting to do something like that, is just see what the defensive formation or the defensive front would be.
Yeah, they sure weren't getting in any hurry to get the play in.
Not at all.
So here we go. It's going to be 1st and a little over 10. Snap, and he's going to hand it off inside, and they do break through, but the Tigers close the hole down. Ball's on the ground.
And they're the officials in there, so it's a fumble.
I think they have it. We're looking on the monitor here, and it does look like they are on top of it, and they're going to have the ball around the 5. And that is number 1, Lil Stephen Lloyd, and that is his name, Lil Stephen, just like Lil Jordan Humphrey.
God, you went way back on that Lil Jordan Humphrey
It's not
stuff.
that far back now, is it?
It seems like it.
He's still playing in the league.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's about 5 yards now to go on 2nd down.
This is when we've got to be lower than they are. We've got to be lower than they are to maintain our gap control and keep them from shifting, moving us around.
There's the handoff and get some yardage. Going to be up just short of the 10, so it'll be 3rd down. Have a couple to go.
That's a tough play right there because they're doubling down and they're moving us, and they're
bringing the backside over.
It's a guard and tackle. It's like a counter, but they're blocking out with the tackle. They're blocking our defensive end out. They're doubling down and blocking back, and they're getting up inside on our linebacker. So the first point of contact is going to be a linebacker against these 250, 260, 270 guys. So we've got to be able to fill that hole quicker and hit them low to stuff it.
3rd and 2, another handoff, going to run it outside.
Make that play.
And he makes the tackle, and there's a penalty flag. It looks like a hole, but Tigers will bring that down. Is that Lewis?
That is Lewis.
Jamarian Lewis coming up.
Yes.
Actually, that's Damon Brown, the corner, up on the play there.
No, it was Jamarian that ended up making that play.
Okay.
The defensive front did a great job of maintaining their gap and not giving, and they maintained that area. And then Jamarian just came through, and
Okay, he was
Field.
short of the first down, right?
yes,
And that was so. If we decline this, it would be 4th down. Surely they wouldn't go for 4th and 2 in
wouldn't
their
think
own
so.
10. But I mean, we took the penalty, and you only get half the distance. This is the second time on penalty call, holding calls that we've taken. Looking to throw, and he's trying to break through. Dagger's going to
Yes.
pressure, and it's going to work out for us this time. As he's going to go back sacked inside the 3.
Josiah Lopez maintained his area. He didn't get upfield. He didn't get inside his blocker. He maintained and pretty much got handled in that area right there to begin with. But with him staying at home, it didn't create any kind of opening for that quarterback. So he had to figure out, am I going right or left of this pile right here? Gave our backs and linebackers an opportunity to come up and make a play. So that was a great series right there defensively for the Tigers.
Putting out their end zone, short drop, and gets it off. It's going to bounce in front, and we're just not making. I guess we're just not trying to catch punts.
I guess not. We got 2 guys. We're wasting 2 guys back there. When that ball's punted, if you're going to have 2 guys back there, the guy that the ball doesn't come to, that guy's got to go pick off the first threat and let the guy that gets kicked the ball to field it, and let's go. We had an opportunity there to catch a punt, and quite frankly, the individual they kicked it to is the guy that's going to take it to the house.
Well, if nothing else, go up and throw up your hand, catch a fair catch so you don't lose the yards.
Absolutely.
So. But Tigers take over in great field position. They get the ball at their own at the Waco 40. They got to finish, and we got to start scoring pretty quick here. So we're down 20 here with 4:55 to go in the third. Dropping back to pass. That's a different quarterback. That is 17. That's Antonio Locke in the game, trying to throw the ball down the sideline, and is a little behind the receiver. That's Taylor out there.
Had a spot and hit that spot. It's just behind the receiver there, but at least he threw it within that window and gave us the only chance to make that catch.
So Lewis comes back into the game.
Same formation.
Yep, 3-by-1. Trips on the right side. Evans lined up to the left. Going to run option left, and he's going to keep it. Going to get short gain. So we're going to have 3rd and about 9, looks like. And they're got the ball, or showing they got the ball, but it will be Tiger ball, it looks like.
Well, it looked like the running back had his hands out like he's fixing to pitch it to me as he's getting hit and brought down, and you're just hoping that's not the case. Because we're running that to the short side to begin with.
Yeah,
so.
we don't have Thomas Lott out there running the options. So.
No, you're right.
So 3rd and 9, I guess they're going to be. So going to hand it off to Evans coming around to the right. Turns it back inside. And, again, a lot of red jerseys to get around.
A lot of red jerseys to get around. The point of attack, the area we want to run the ball, we've got a red jersey in our face. We're trying to avoid it, so it slows us down, and then everybody else ends up showing up after that. We're not maintaining the contact and driving people. So it's 4th.
Yeah.
And 8.
4th and 8 at your 38-yard line.
I must admit, it is really nice to be on the home side and be able to see the 4th and 8 right there instead of counting the hash marks. I think it's 4th and 7. Yeah, I like that. That's uptown.
Yeah, that's a nice down and distance marker for sure. So here's the 4th down play. Dropping back to pass, looking left. He's got that's perfect right. A little corner route right there to Pete Ruiz. Caught for a first down. Tigers actually convert a first down with a pass play.
Heck of a catch by Pete, man. He threw his hands up. No doubt. He had no doubt he was catching that ball. And that's a heck of a lot of difference than running that little bubble, and the next thing you know, you're just getting whammed.
Blown up, right?
Yes. Very confident. Good job.
Got to back them off a little bit. So here we go. We got 4 wide. Dropping back to pass, looking left, throwing a hitch to Taylor, and it goes through his hands. as they were coming pretty quickly, closing fast.
That old brain ought to be working. I'm going to catch that ball, and he is coming at this type of angle. Here's the move I'm making. You've already worked that out in your head as you catch the ball and you make that move and give it a chance, and then off to the races he goes.
So it's going to be 2nd and 10. Tigers really need to finish a drive here in the end zone. Down 20 here as we're running out of time in the third. And they're going to be a keep from Lewis. That time I think he should have handed it. Looked like he had some space. Either way,
did.
I mean, they both
either
had
way,
space.
Yeah.
So.
Either way it happens, the guy that doesn't have the ball, pick a red jersey off. You know, you don't have the ball, see the red jersey, get your body in front of it, do something to it, but just get in the way.
So 3rd and 6 now. Definitely in 4-down territory. And, again, keeping this way. And Lewis with some space. He's good. 15-10, 5. He's going to get in. Finally, the Tigers break through the seal and get a touchdown. Let's make sure. I don't see any flags.
There's no flags on this end down here.
All right, so touchdown, Marion Lewis.
Excellent.
Turtle to his team. And Tigers is 20-6. And remember, their kicker is not active. So it looks like we're going to stay with the offense, and Braylon Jones will be in to run it here.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
So 4 wide. Here's the snap. He's rolling to his left, throwing the short route, and he's got it. Good job right there. Pass complete to Pete Ruiz. Oh my goodness. What do we have?
You got to be kidding me. The umpire's walking to the referee, so let's see.
Ineligible downfield.
What?
68 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay the try.
I wish I could see that replay.
2-point try will have to be redone here as the offensive guard is down the field. I mean, that pass is so quick. How does he have time to be downfield?
Yeah. And let me see if he didn't have anybody over him, but we're not going to be able to see the replay.
All right, so they put together a couple of things that work, and unfortunately going to have to reset. Again, short roll. They got the slant route right there to Taylor, and it was open. He was in the window. Pass was a little up and unable to complete that.
It's up, and then he's got some red in his vision, whether it's peripheral, in front, or he knows somebody's behind him. So that changes his mentality and how he's preparing himself to get hit right there. So that's just disappointing because we executed the initial play so very well. And then to have a offensive lineman downfield and then move it back and then have to go through that right there,
and again, no reason to be downfield.
No
I mean,
reason.
it's a quick play. You're not going to be down there getting a downfield block. You're not helping anything. Again, that's inexperience. You know, understanding the circumstances and the situation. Like, hey, this is a quick play. I just need to make sure nobody gets through.
That's it.
You know, and let my quarterback get rid of the ball. And again, he got it quick. But well, Chuck, it was a little bit. Little break there. We finally got across the goal line. And what did you see in that offensive set?
Well, I tell you what, I saw some movement, and of course, Turtle back there he threw that pretty ball to Pete Ruiz. His throwing is much improved. You know, we saw a little bit of him the last couple of years, and you know, it's a quiet touchdown. You know, we scored, and I don't know if the crowd didn't know it, and I don't think anybody knew it. It was just awfully quiet. That's one of the quieter touchdowns I've ever seen in my storied career.
Storied career. I think everybody's waiting to see if there's a flag. So
legendary career.
Oh man, he's on the ground. Tigers will. They'll take over at the 15, so Tigers do catch a break right there with him going down to the ground to get the ball.
Chuck the Legend Williams.
If Adam had a camera on me, you could have saw my air quotes around storied career, right?
Hey, well, to be honest with you, Chuck, he had the camera on.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he had it with your air quotes.
Well, Waco's going to take over now. They're down to 14. And, again, not having a kicker for the Tigers could come into play here. So, 1st and 10 for the Lions. Tiger defense came up big in their first time, pushed them backwards After a great special teams play to stop them at the 1.
Great special teams play to set the tone. Defense finished it off. Now here's another opportunity for the defense to assert themselves.
Yeah, there's a handoff, and he's going to pick up about maybe 3 up to the 18. It looks like
a much better job of swarming to the ball. It seemed like we had about 5 or 6 guys around the football on that play, whereas we're seeing 1 or 2 make different plays here. So that means we've got guys that are separating, getting off blocks, and in pursuit to help make plays. So that's good to see. You just need to continue to see that type of effort right there. Because even though we didn't get the 2 points, we're still up on the board, and we're still just 2 scores down.
Yep, 2nd and 7. Again, running the same play, just a handoff up the middle. And, again, just wearing us out up the middle with their size, creating some space, and we'll have a first down here as they get to the 26.
That time the big boys won. Their bodies were on our little bodies.
And they're going fast. Again, same play, handoff straight ahead. Mason Smith been a workhorse today for the Lions. Up to the 34. Last week, he was their leading rusher last week, but I think he only had, 34 yards, 32 yards.
Get lined up, and here we go again.
Pounding away, same play. And Frank Jackson makes the tackle, but not till after they get a first down up to the 38. And they've got some rhythm going. Now they're just going to keep up, lining up and pounding. Now Mason Smith's going to come off the field. He's going to be replaced by little Stephen Lloyd.
Let's see who. All right, here we go.
Big Cornejo comes into the game.
Cornejo's coming in for Hernandez.
You pointed out we had speed at that tackle before. Well, they're running right at him, putting doubles on him and putting the bodies on. Now you got Cornejo in there, a little more size, along with Montre Bush in the middle. That time they go outside, and Bivens is going to get him down, and, well, he's still moving forward. And he's going to get 9, and a good effort there by Lloyd.
Now, we worked upfield on the defensive end side, play side or defensive end worked upfield. They crashed us down because we were in an A gap. So our B gap and that scrape is coming from a safety and a linebacker who doesn't show up for another, 8 or 9 yards right there. So we've got to maintain that. It's not a pass, so we don't need to be up the field. We got to maintain that line of scrimmage 2 or 3 yards off of it, and that's it, not 5 or 6 yards up the field.
Well, we got a cramp. Bivens has a cramp, so Bivens did not play last week, so this is his first game action.
Yep.
So down to 11 seconds to go in the third, and these two teams just running the ball. Clock's just melting away. So
sure is.
This game has gone extremely fast. 2 hours in, and you're about with 1 quarter left.
Yeah, even with the late start. We're moving and shaking this game. But, why do anything different? I've talked about it before whenever I've been with you and, with Todd. And, a lot of times coaches can out-coach them themselves.
Yep.
And they're smarter than they really need to be. I've dared coaches before. I bet you won't call that play again. I bet you won't call it again. I bet you won't call it again. And 9 times out of 10, coaches don't. But when you go back to it time and time again, you need to keep doing it until they stop it. Well, those little just base dives, the base zones, Waco did it, and it cost us.
All right, this time coming in over the left side, flipped up by Damon Brown. And we'll have the first down, but he only gained a couple. Good job by Damon Brown coming in from his cornerback spot.
Josiah Lopez was that right defensive end, and I really like the way he played that. He didn't give the running back the opportunity to get inside and then bounce the ball outside. He was there at the line of scrimmage and set the edge, so when the running back jumped right back in, you've got a safety or a corner or even a linebacker right there filling that gap. So that's why, it was a short gain right there.
Well, they've got the ball, going to have it at the 49. They're 49, so they're 51 yards to go. It's 20-6, 12 minutes to go as we enter the fourth quarter. And we need to stop right here. We really can't afford to give up points. You got to make up 2 scores here. Now, we scored 17, I guess, in the fourth quarter last week.
Yeah.
And so, but right now you're set up. If you can get a stop, go get the score. You're set up to go finish this game. You maybe get it tied, chance to win it. take it to overtime, whatever. But it's got to start with some defense right now.
It really does. And this little set right here, this 1st and 10 set, we've got to get the ball back. 3 and out right here is what we need. We don't need them to be able to, as some people say, matriculate the ball down the field. We need to stop them here.
All right, 4 wide. They're going to run the ball. The big guy back in the game. Comes to the right side. Short gain. I guess they're going to give him 3 on the play. So bring up a 2nd and 7.
Josiah Lopez plays defensive right end. They gave the ball to the running back as they pulled a guard outside, so the quarterback is looking at Josiah. Well, Josiah hesitated, read it, but then took off down the line. We've got to be able to have somebody on that backside in case the quarterback does decide to keep it.
Is that your linebacker over there scraping out?
Yep.
So it's going to be a keep here on the direct snap. And a good job. The Tigers get him down for no gain, probably, maybe a half yard.
Maybe a half a yard. The ball came out, but it was late. They ruled him down.
It's a good job by the Tiger defense on that left side right there.
Great job right there. Montre was all the way out there ready to make a play too. Now, that play right there was a weird little play.
Yes.
It was like they just needed to let's just have this
I
play.
think it's a wildcat play. It's a different player in the back game taking the snap.
It was a tired wildcat play, so makes you think, okay, are we going to be able to be out conditioned and take care of them? I mean, where are we going with that? There we go.
Hand it off in the middle. Again, got that crease. Mason Smith with a big gain for a first down to the 40.
Guy, he just hit right up the middle, and we didn't have anybody there. And we're not making the tackle until the 3rd level. That's the safety in that group. We're getting blocked up front, and the linebackers are falling into all that action too. Some of them are getting pushed off the line into the linebackers.
Yeah, he got big 77 up there. That guy, he's 325 on this sheet.
Cool.
And he's the right guard. And so they got some size up there. Double teaming Bush, taking him back, but a good fill by Aaron Dondo to stop it for a couple yards.
That's what we need right there. They double teamed and pushed our 2 tackles off the ball, and Arredondo is not getting blocked, and he asserted himself. He came downhill, saw it was open, and made the tackle. Those are the kind of things that need to be happening from our linebacker spot on plays like that. Of course, we've got to be able to drop our hip and just fall on the ground if we're getting double teamed, and just take it that way instead of getting driven back and being up on our feet.
Teach that technique, Coach.
Yeah.
2nd and 7 right now.
Just get in there and put it down. Drop it.
Oh, we got a 5-yarder going the other way.
Big 320.
He got that. Yeah, he's going to get down and do his push-ups.
Yeah. That's cute.
Yeah. You get that 325 rolling, it's hard to stop it. So.
Yeah, it is.
So
it is.
That's that. But again, that's what we were doing to ourselves there in the first half. So you take that 5 yards, you take it back, and it's going to be 2nd and 12 now. And all right, they did you a favor. Now go take advantage of it.
Yes. Re-energize yourself and be great on this play.
So again, run the same play, hand it off up the middle, and again, there's a crease, and they get about 5 or 6 out of it, get it up to the 36. So it's going to be got 6 yards to go.
Yeah, not bad, because that play's really hurt us because they've been able to block our end out and double down with our tackles. And I'm telling you, 2 big old boys running up against our linebackers. Our linebackers aren't 6'1", 6'2", 200-pounders. So you've got 2 big old bodies running up in there, and our guys are trying to avoid or do the best they can to try to defeat a block, and that's tough. That's tough on us.
There we go, 3rd and 6. Running the same as a read.
There we go.
And the stayed home. Mark Brown playing that backside. He took care of it, tackled the quarterback for a loss, back to the 39, and a big play by your big-time experienced guy at the safety spot.
They're going all the way back to the play that I talked about where Lopez is running down the line, and the quarterback sees him, and he goes, well, coach is thinking, hey, we're fixing to get 10 yards on this one. And you mentioned it. That was Mark Brown being in that position right there. Great play. Great play.
All right, so it's going to be 4th and 9. This is the quarterback on to punt. He's very short set. He's going to throw it out here quick.
Make that
Tigers
play.
got a chance, and they got to get him down, and they
do.
They get him
He's
just
short.
short of the
He's
first
short.
down. Tigers will take over. Tigers was that Jackson up here initially? I think they made a nice move to get away from him, but he slowed it down, let the pursuit get him down.
The one difference from the typical type of formation like that where you have offensive tackles out there is you got 2 receivers on the line of scrimmage on both sides and a receiver back behind them. So they had it set up and they felt like, hey, we're fixing to, it's 7.5 minutes left. We're ahead on our side of the field. We ain't got nothing to lose. Let's see what happens.
And you're going to give the ball away back in our territory.
Sure.
It's a great time to do that. If it pops, great. Almost worked. Tigers rally to the ball, able to get him down. Tigers take over at the 32. And so here's the snap, and this is Antonio Locke throwing down the field in the seam. Oh, hit him in the hands.
My goodness.
Oh, number 14 for the Tigers. Jonathan Gray hits him in the hands. He and the outside receiver just run straight down the field. And, man, what a pass by Antonio Locke.
Beautiful pass. That was absolutely perfect.
Got to help him out.
He's dropping it with a defender inside and a defender on the outside. He dropped it in perfectly.
So here's the snap. Going to hand it off to Evans. He comes around to the right side. A lot of red there, but he does sneak through. Going to pick up about 4 on the play. Gets up to the 36-yard line.
Did a fantastic job. I think that was Cornejo that was pulling up in there. Did a great job of getting on that outside hip and following him up and getting some yardage out of that play.
So 3rd and 6. Trips to the left.
Goodness gracious. Here we go again.
I couldn't hear the number. He cut
It's
out.
the right tackle.
So we got to get down and get set, fellas. You know, the 4 yards you just got, you lose 5, and you don't get that down back. So now you're back to 3rd and 11 in a, in a critical spot in the game here. Tigers make another 5-yard mistake. Again, avoided those for the most part last week. And we have another penalty here. Is this shifting? Is this what causing a lot of this on the defense?
That play, yes. The play before, no. They didn't shift. We did it to ourselves. This time they shifted. It'd be interesting to see or to know if they are making any kind of call, any kind of grunt.
Yes.
They don't have to necessarily say a word. They could just grunt and make a sound, and that could create the snap count.
Yes.
We got called on that last week.
So it's 3rd and 16. You got trips to the left. You got a solo receiver to the right who's double covered. So you got 3 on 3 and 2 on 1 up there. Turtle Lewis is in the game, and and a whistle blows again. Excuse me, not the flag.
So the umpire's calling that one.
And now we got a delay. So that's 20 yards and penalties.
And Coach doesn't have a 3rd and whatever this is going to be, 3rd and 20.
Yeah.
He doesn't game plan for 3rd and 20s or 21 or whatever it is. Yeah, it's 21, 3rd and 21.
We go from 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 21.
So discouraging, but the body language is not showing. So here we go. Got our guys going.
My body language is worse than theirs. So
got an official's timeout for whatever reason. Okay.
So you're on the screen, a draw, or you just throw it as far as you can. That's kind of the plays, right?
It really is, yeah.
So we're going to drop back, looking down the field. Now Turtle's going to be flushed, goes out, and he's going to be sacked from behind. Good job by the defender right there. A lot of pressure, all 4 of the Reds were in the backfield. Pushed him out, going to be brought down at the 19-yard line. And we're going to be 4th and 23 here in Escamilla, and we need one of those good punts. Now, the other way he had to win. This time he's going to be kicking into the win.
Yeah, and there is a a nice little, seems like a steady breeze. The higher it gets, as we see with the flags, they're up higher, so that breeze seems really
snap,
stiff.
one step, gets it off. Good job. It's going to bounce, which is good. But he does take it on the bounce. We missed the tackle there, but they get him down on the ground. And a good job by the defense. The ball is going to be back at the 49-yard line of the Lions. And so they will take over there.
Great coverage. We've got our speed guys there. We've got our up backs, our end guys on the line of scrimmage that are more of a receiver, speed guy that are getting down the field, that are making things happen. And, we need that.
The clock is melting. It's only 5:29 to go. And we don't have time to be kicking the ball back, but you don't have a choice when it's 4th and 26 or 21.
You really don't. Like I said before, and especially in your own territory like we were. But Coach doesn't have those kind of plays. They don't have those plays drawn up. They don't work on those plays. So it's tough on a coach to dial in a play or to do something there to try to, have some type of forward momentum and make some yards.
Lions trying to salt it away here. They're going to hand it off up the middle. Again, big hole in the middle. And little Stephen Lloyd right there will have about 8 or 9 on that first down carry, and the clock will continue to run.
Man, they're just on us. Big bodies on us, and we're not defeating blocks either. I talked a little bit about that in the first half. They've got a blow delivery where they use their hands and. They push off. That's where the bench press, your lifts with your back, lats, everything, and you're going at it and getting them off of you, but we're not.
Going to be a keep right here from the quarterback, and that's R.J. Young. Scoring updates here brought to you by me. The Rangers up 3-1, and let's see, where we got the Chiefs. They were up 20-10, I believe, over the Ravens. Where in the world? Okay, 20-10 in third quarter. Chiefs over the Ravens, and can't beat the Chiefs, right? I think Lamar has had a hard time beating those guys, and
that's what they say.
Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league today, probably the best player in the league, and certainly the best winner in the league. He just knows how to do it, and of course we saw him do that plenty of times against us back in the day, and he was a great high school player. I don't know that if I was thinking he was going to be the best NFL player around back then, but he's been something.
He's really evolved as a human being, a man, and he really stands for a lot of good. But back in the day when he was at White House and we were in the district with him, everybody thought, oh, that kid's got a dad who's played in the MLB. He thinks he's something, and you know how that goes. But he has handled success very, very well, and is a good contributing member to the NFL in a positive way.
Without a doubt. And then there's a handoff here, going to be Lloyd. He's going to be brought down after about a 2-yard gain, and I'll tell you, and I know Todd and I always talked about them. His football games were incredible. I mean, they blew us out whenever the 2 years he was quarterback. But the most impressive thing that we saw was in the basketball game in Corsicana, went to overtime, and we had them beat 3 times, and he just refused to lose. And he brought his team back every time. Ended up getting the win, and I mean, just his competitive spirit and nature, whether it was going down to get rebounds or taking a 3-point shot, he was willing to do it. So here's a run play, and he's going to be brought down after about a 3-yard play. Again, Lloyd on the carry. Tigers with a tackle. It's going to be 3rd and about 5.
We're maintaining a sense of position. We aren't necessarily getting pushed off the line, but so the running back's got to run off of his guys and eventually finds a hole where things open up. So we just can't plug up that leak in the dam. The leak might be over here one play and we close it up the next, but it busts out on the other side of the line of scrimmage or something. It's tough. It's frustrating, especially after coming off the type of game that we had last week. Of course, you're at home, you're hyped up. It's the first game, and now we've got to travel on a Thursday night.
Well,
but still,
let's be honest, Cleburne not as good as Waco.
No,
so.
they aren't. They aren't. And last week's game that Waco had is not any indication of the type of team this football team is. And to be honest with you, tonight's game for the Corsicana Tigers is not an indication of the type of team at this point in time that we are.
Well, we know offensively we got to find a way to be more consistent to control the ball, but you just can't make these mistakes. And then Tigers do a good job at the point of contact right there. Cornejo gets past the block, defeats that, hits the player in the backfield, the running back in the backfield, brings him down for a 2-yard loss, and it's going to be 4th down here and 7. Got a wholesale changes. They're going to punt?
They're going to punt. And that's tough because you've got a starting center that's playing defense for you right here.
Yes.
So you've got a two-way starter, and we've got that in other little areas right
Yes.
there. But you want to be able to evolve and have somebody take over that spot there. So
they're in a tight set here, and he just gets rid of that and does a great job. Tigers catch it, but he has to go to a knee as it was a knuckler. So Mark Brown catches it. It's going to be down at about the 13 right there, and Tigers will take over. They need 2 scores.
in 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yes. But fortunately, we still kick off the same way we used to, so you can still have a real onside kick if you need to.
Yes, you can. Yeah, there's no rule against that. So they haven't outlawed onside kicking. So we still have an opportunity there. And Arredondo is capable of an onside kick. So we're covered in that regard.
All right, Chuck. What do you got in your mailbag here? What do you got in your playbook to get us 2 scores here?
Like you said a while ago, throw a screener, throw it long. Why not, right?
Well, let's hand it off to Evans here. He's coming out to the right side. He's going to have a few yards, but brought down. Going to pick up, but the clock's still running. That's your enemy right now as much as anything. Only a gain up to the 16, so not much. So it's going to be 2nd and 7.
Yeah, they're in a tough situation having to go 85 yards right there, and the passing game is not as strong as you'd like for it to be.
Lock in the game. He hands off to Evans. Again, up to the 20, 21. And so a gain of 5. Clock is still ticking. You got 3rd down and 3, I guess, here.
Yeah.
So Locke looking. Calls the play. Going to throw it again, bubble out here to Ruiz, and he's hitting the backfield. We haven't blocked that play yet. They've been sitting on it.
We haven't.
And, man, we haven't given them a reason to respect anything else, I guess. So they're sitting on that bubble screen and taking it back for a loss.
One of 2 things happens on that particular play right there. The inside receiver is either too far away or the outside receiver is not close enough to get in there to block the first threat.
So they're going to have to go for it on 4th down here with 1:20. Dropping back to pass, throwing out here to Taylor, hits him in the hands, and if he turns it up, he probably gets the 1st down. But, again, great throw by Locke, who's had 2 or 3 really nice throws today with nothing to show for it.
You'd like to think that we'd push off a little farther off the ball. When I say push off, I mean press the defensive back and get to the
get him
yard
turn his
game.
hips,
and get there. But we're running what's convenient and what's comfortable. That's a comfortable 4 or 5 yard throw or run, a route and catch, and we've got to do better in that regard right there. Now, defensively, all you want to do is keep them out of the end zone. You don't want them in the end zone again. They've been there 3 times, and you want to keep it from happening a 4th. So you've got some pride you need to back up right here.
R.J. Young, quarterback. Lloyd, the running back, going to hand it off. Again, gets behind that big line. He's still moving forward. Oh, the quarterback had it.
Yeah, the quarterback
had me psyched out. Good job.
Escamilla did a great job. He pressed it, and he's pressing the point of contact with the running back and the quarterback. The quarterback's trying to be cute and ride it and wait, and the back's kind of hanging on, waiting to see if the quarterback's going to keep it in his belly or pull it, and Escamilla just made a great play. That's the second time he's done that tonight.
Yeah, Fidel Gonzalez also there, the tackle coming in, creates a loss on the play. Clock's running, though, inside 40 seconds. And so this looks like we're going to do it. And, again, Tigers make the play, not giving up. They're still playing hard, but here is going to go down here. It's going to be third down. They will not have to run a play, and I would assume that will be it. As the Lions start heading do not hit the sideline, but I don't think they're going to run a play. Now they do.
Now they do. Okay.
Tigers go down 20-6 here in a game. There'll be a lot of coaching points. How about that?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of coaching points. There's going to be a lot of concentration exercises going on at practice this week. So they've got a lot to work on. First travel game for this team and with this coaching staff. So
rain delay. A lot of things to work on for a young team.
The preparation, how they prepare the day of that game is going to be different than what they're used to the last couple of years.
Thursday night.
Yep. There's a lot of different factors there. So they've gotten that out of the way. They've played at home, and they were victorious. They've played on the road and done everything that they needed to do to get to the stadium and play the game, and they got beat. So now it's time to regroup for the Hallsville game next week and cut out the penalties.
Yes.
For starters. That's it. That's a start. That discipline and that attention to detail are things that I know Coach Rogers has expectations of each one of those players, so they've got to do a better job of that to kick things off.
Yeah. Comes down to me to penalties, fumbles, drop passes. I mean, all three of those things have killed drives for your offense.
Yep.
On the defensive side, really, it was just, shoring up the middle.
We got
that power running game right at you, right up the middle.
Yep.
Mason Smith, felt like he ran all night long, but he had 23 carries for 84 yards. So it's not like he was running over us. They were just getting the chunks. They were getting 5, 6, 7 yards at a time. Lloyd had 5 for 33. And the quarterback had 9 for 10, so not a lot going on for him. Passing, he was 5 of 7 for 45 yards, and he had the one key completion down there on a third and long that we had a tackle for a loss. We took the holding call to give them, instead of putting it at fourth down, we gave them another play. And, man, they made us pay. I mean, they're wide open. So, good job for there. On the Corsicana side, in the run game, we had Lewis, 9 carries for 58 yards. Mark Brown, 10 for 52. Christian Evans coming in at 8 for 43. And in the passing game, Jamarian Lewis was 5 of 9 for 5 yards. So, a lot of those were those bubbles that were completed at or behind the line of scrimmage. We had the one good completion down the field to Ruiz, but he had a negative play on one of the bubbles, so he had 2 catches for 8 yards. So we've got to do a much better job right there going forward. And Antonio Locke had some great throws that were not caught.
Right.
So
that leads me to technique.
Yes.
Whether you're a defensive lineman, offensive lineman, receiver, defensive back, linebacker, it doesn't matter. Any position on the field tonight needs to continue to work and refine and get better at technique. We've got to do a better job of block defeating against people that are, quite frankly, much bigger than we are and possibly stronger than we are. We've got to have some tools in our little toolbox there to be able to defeat that block or at least stalemate that area that you're responsible for. And then on the other side, we've got to be able to work together as an offensive line and be able to get a feel for, if Rusty and I are double teaming, I need to get a feel for Rusty's taking this guy over so I can now move to the next level, or we're communicating that verbally and I'm up to the next level to get to that second level blocker. And then big things happen because we do have the speed and the type of running back that has that little extra and has vision and breaking ability and can put the ball in the end zone. So they're young, new coach, everything's new, so they're continuing to get better, but that's got to be a focus. As a player on my own, I've got to get better at technique.
And there's 2 or 3 new starters on the offensive line today. I mean, that shows up again. That unit is the most important as a unit. They have to all play together.
Yep.
You can have 4 guys execute everything they're supposed to do and 1 guy miss, and it's blown up, and it blows everything up. And so that unit's got to be better. And frankly, that's been the reason we're 3 and whatever we were the last 2 years. It's that the up front, the size, the strength, and the depth to be able to compete with a lot of the teams we have to play, which are a lot bigger than we have been. And so we've got to continue to grow that. And, that takes time. It takes weight room. It takes, keeping kids in the program, getting the kids out there, and having them understand and buy into the offseason and everything else that goes with that. And that's something that guy in charge over there talking to them right now will instill, and they will get. You just got to give him time. And, we knew last week it's still a lot of uphill battle in this team. As we talked about last week, the process, right?
Absolutely.
So we got the process that we've got to do. And you can see him talking to his guys. He's really adamant about what he wants them to do and what he wants them to take out of this game. And, again, this game should be a 1-score game or a tie game where we're at. It should not be 20-6. We should not have lost this game by 2 scores. This is a game that should come down to the very end of the game with a chance to win it.
That's it. You're right. And that process also includes their support. Yes. That's one of the things that seems to have faltered over the years. It's always a blame game. We always categorize different situations, and this situation is no different than what we've experienced before. The same excitement that we had when the announcement of Eugene Rogers being the head football coach and, hey, we're going to bring it back, it's going to be great. Well, yeah, we are, but it's going to take everybody to do it. And these kids need to be supported. They need to be patted on the back. They also need to be challenged. And I know Coach Rogers and his staff will challenge them. And then they will eventually mature and grow into the type of team that we want them to be. They'll grow into the type of player they want to be and we want them to be. So there's a lot to it. And it takes a whole community. They always say it takes a village to raise them. Well, it does. Mm-hmm. And it takes a village to support these guys and create everything that people talk about, want to go back to, and want to feel again. But it's a process, and everybody's a part of that process. So let's make that happen and give these guys some support and everything that they need to get better.
Yeah, and that's what it takes. I mean, these coaches have to be supported. Let them do their job.
Yep.
They know more than you do. I promise you. They know more than I do. I sit here and I've watched more Tiger football as much as anybody over the last 20 years probably. And I don't know anything going on out there other than what little thing I see. They know what's going on. Yeah. They know on a daily basis. They know what they're trying to get done, and let them do their job. Support them to do their job. Let them hold your kids accountable, and let them demand them to be better and to demand that they put the work in. And if you let them do that, they will.
That's right.
And again, they'll take those next steps.
They will.
And it's not going to be all at once.
No, it's not.
It's going to have to happen.
Yeah, we're not in the state championship today.
Yes.
It's the process, and Coach Rogers was right. It's a process, and we're working through it. So it's going to be all right. It's disappointing, and we hate to see it and all that jazz. But it's only game 2.
Yep.
It's a non-district game, and when the smoke clears, this isn't going to be a determining factor as to where we advance in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's where we're at the end of the year, and again, it's not as record may be a part of that, but really it's what you see, how we compete, how we get better, and how we eliminate mistakes that we saw tonight, and that's a sign of a team that has a chance to grow. And these coaches are going to give them a chance to understand that. And they're going to give them a chance to improve. And you know what? We'll be with them along the way, and we're gonna be behind them. And you know, things don't go well, you'll hear us say that didn't go well. We need to do better about that. But you know, it doesn't mean that the coaches aren't giving effort. Our guys have got to hone in, and that's gaining experience and maturity and all those things. And we're still running a bunch of young players out there.
Yeah,
so.
it's only getting better. It's disappointing tonight, but it's getting better.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll be back next Friday. We're back home, comfortable confines of Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. And Hallsville, the Bobcats from Hallsville, from Deep East Texas, are coming over. And so we'll show those purple cats how the blue and gold cats get it done. So.
Dang, I can't remember the last time we played them.
In football, the last time was in a playoff game over in Nacogdoches. Probably
early 2000s,
early aughts,
yeah. That was
before I ever did a game. So that was
before.
Yeah.
That was I was in Groesbeck, USA at that time.
Yeah, one. I think it was a 2-score 16 to
I went to
8
that.
or whatever. It wasn't
game.
much. So.
I'll be darned.
So anyway, but yeah, it was back in the day. So
sure was.
So we'll get to see those guys next week, and so we look forward to that. And again, Adam, hey man, putting on a show here with limited opportunity and resources, but got it on. Thanks for staying a little bit late with us as we got a late start, but we'll plan on having the coaches show next week around 6:00, give or take, and then we'll have the pregame show around 6:30, and kickoff will be at 7. So. I'm glad you made it, Rich.
Me too.
Man.
Me too, big boy. Me too.
All right. Well, thanks, Adam. Thanks to Coach Roddy for coming in, and thank you for joining us here. And Tom Childs
Esquire.
with the stats, as always. And we appreciate you guys, and we'll be back for more Corsicana Tiger football next week.
Sounds good.
All right. So until then, we wish you all a good night. God bless, and go Tigers.